gamers, and welcome to the Radiant Academy 102. It is I, Cute Noob, along here with KP. How's it going, KP?
Good. Ready for a great day of Valorant.
Absolutely. I'm so stoked. I know that all of our players have already had quite some games underneath their belt. We have a special guest. Would you like to introduce?
Just Salt saying hey. As per usual, he's always got to get his screen time in.
Honestly, gotta get them like somewhere, right? Somebody clip that. We need that on the socials to make sure that we get those likes. But some of these teams, they have already solidified themselves into the round of 16, which we will be kind of casting here along for you guys. Are there some teams that you're like, ooh, I'm really excited to see going forward?
Yeah. My top three teams I've seen make it through this top 16 bracket here. Definitely Maxim Shepelev. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. But they're the winners of the last Game Changers Academy, the class of 101. Puppy Cuddlepile, bunch of former players on there. I believe Misu, Nora from the EG squad that went to Champs Brazil last year. Looking forward to seeing them. I don't know if that's just a put together roster or if something they're creating for the long term. And my third pick would definitely be Miso's Millionaires. I know Annie's been streaming the matches and they've got a bunch of experienced players on that roster, and I'm just really excited to watch them play. They're a really fun team to watch.
Yeah, those are a few of them. I would like to throw into the mix Teddy Tactic as well. They're a team that has consistently been competing, whether it's in the Game Changer series or here with us at the Radiant Academy. So I'm really looking forward to them being here. Rise Eclipse is another team that I have absolutely zero knowledge of prior to this tournament, so I'm really excited to see how they played, because they played so well throughout the round robin stage. So that's going to be some of the teams that you are to be seeing. We also have a few others that we will be visiting, but for sure right now we're going to be streaming Team Coke and also, or Cafe Coke, I should say. And then the other one will be Teddy Tactics. So we talked a little bit about Teddy Tactics being a team that's been around for some time. What do you think has made them so successful and keeping them consistent so far?
Yeah, I remember from playing against Teddy Tactics multiple times. They're a pretty solid squad, definitely on the rise, up and coming. I think something that makes them consistent compared to some of the other free agent teams I see is definitely their double duelist prowess. I remember playing against them on Split a couple times, and they actually took us really close with their double duelist, like the raised jet, double dive type comps, and I know they've been running that on a couple other maps as well. Definitely their firepower can stand out sometimes.
Was the firepower gonna take them through? We'll find out. Do you know anything though about Team Cafe Coke?
No, Cafe Coke, definitely a wild card here. I haven't seen them play really, so I'm excited to see, a new squad kind of come onto the scene, kind of show us what they can do.
And that kind of brings me to the next point, which is, what is Radiant Academy, right? A lot of you guys are probably at home being like, how can I be a part of this? How can I get involved? And this is a stepping stone to get you to see kind of how the competitive scene starts off, how these tournaments are put together, what you can expect when you join a tournament. And then if you want to get more serious, then the next stepping stone is going to be that Game Changers. But also shout out to Riot for providing us the prize pool and being like, hey, here's an opportunity for everyone to get their feet wet in competing and see how they feel about it. If you want more information, make sure you join the Discord server over at Radiant, !Discord in the chat. And now we're gonna bring you our map pool. What maps are we going to be visiting? All right, oh, okay, so we're definitely not going to Breeze and Lotus. This is definitely portraying the vibe that LA is currently giving, KP. I think you said you're near LA right now. So do you feel that?
Yeah. Big LA girl here, and yeah, definitely giving off huge LA vibes. I love the Sunset pick. Sunset's a map we're seeing a lot more recently in Game Changers, which I'm excited to see. A lot of Game Changers teams are expanding their map pool, really moving away from that Ascent, Bind, Haven sort of pool, and I'm a huge fan of that. Honestly, Icebox, Sunset, Ascent, this looks like a great 3 maps. Honestly, the Breeze ban as well is something we see a lot. These teams typically haven't been wanting to go for Breeze.
Why so? What is it about Breeze?
I feel like from competing recently, it's just a lot of teams practiced for the breeze changes, then it got reverted, so all that practice
Mm.
kind of meant nothing. And a lot of teams consider an aim map as well. So maybe, you can't run the deepest strats or most complicated plays because there are a lot of teams out there that will just out aim you. So I think a lot of teams would prefer to rely on their strat book and their team like play rather than just the aim.
And we kind of we're going to be seeing Icebox be that first map. A little chilly. It's kind of how it is here in LA at the moment. And what can we expect from at least Teddy Tactics, a team that has played quite some of Icebox? What do you think we can expect out of them?
Yeah, Teddy Tactics definitely can expect some fast hits together as a 5-man unit. I'm not sure if they're doing much of the lurks on Icebox, but I remember from playing them on other maps, just very fast, explosive hits coordinated together as a unit. So I'm expecting a lot of that team play to come through on this map.
Well, we aren't gonna skip a beat here, folks. We're gonna give you the gameplay right off the bat. We're gonna dive into Agent Select, and oh wait, oh no, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're not quite yet going into Agent Select. I'm ready for it. Give me the gameplay. It's Saturday. There's nothing more than we want to see than gameplay. All right, now we're going in. And as you said, they're gonna be Teddy Tactics is gonna be a team that they're just gonna want to go for those aggressive plays. So let's check out if any of their agent selections kind of surprises.
So far, looking pretty standard for Teddy Tactics here. This is the comp they've been running, and this is the comp they've been successful with on this map. Putting together a 68% win rate on their Icebox so far, 13-6 map record wins to losses. So this is probably going to be a strong start for them yet again.
And I didn't get to see too much of Cafe Cola there, but you said it. It's something that they practice. It's something that they know how to do. But I have to throw in a little bit of some hope there for Cafe Coke's fanatics there, which is the fact that Teddy Tactics, they lost to a team that is just coming together and kind of showcasing themselves. So there's that little bit of kind of nervousness, I guess we could say, that's making them feel like, ooh, okay, maybe we can't be too confident in ourselves. Maybe we have to play this like if this team is going to be the best one ever, which now we get to see here. Cafe Coke. Anything about Cafe Coke's agent selection that you're like, okay, I could see something?
Nothing in particular. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Sage. I was just playing Sage on this map. I love seeing that pick come through for both squads. Interesting mirror match right now on Icebox, especially when we've seen a lot of different comps on this map recently.
Oh, very aggressive. Already one pick. That's not where the spike's aiming to hit right off the bat. They're kind of taking their time, getting some information with the drone. A lot of information gathered, and that does give Anu the chance to get themselves onto the site and gather that space for the squad. Still, though, there is aggression coming forth here from Teddy Tactics saying, we don't really necessarily want to give you the space just quite yet, but eventually the spike will be going down. And numbers, they're not looking too great here for Teddy Tactics.
That's done.
Held pretty low. Orange, though, right click comes into some help. It's down just left to Chip, who can't find the shots. Cafe Coke, they do take that first round.
Yeah, in a little bit of a scuffed fashion there at the end of the round. That wall kind of helping them out, even though it missed the mark on screens there. But yeah, Teddy Tactics, couldn't get that retake done. I really like the togetherness there of Cafe Coke in that round.
I was talking about, okay, are they going to be aggressive or are they not? And it was actually Cupcake Coke who was like, hey, maybe we heard the caster say they were going to be aggressive, so we should be as well. And they paid off for them.
It did. And now we're seeing a completely different look, just a straight to default, very slow, looking to punish this push exactly from Teddy Tactics.
Oh, okay,
and there it is.
So it's like, no, you're not gonna get a pick here.
Poison's off.
Yeah, this methodical type of play on this eco is exactly what I'm looking for Cafe Coke. Looks like they're super comfortable just letting the round kind of come to them.
That's what you gotta do when you have the better weaponry. I mean, let your opponents make the mistake, and so far, mistakes and aggression not paying out there for Teddy Tactics, and they do lose the numbers once again, so this is gonna be a pretty good cleanup for Cafe Coke.
I'm curious on their next gun round for Teddy Tactics, that wall across, the Viper wall across A, screens, and 410. I'm curious to see what play they have in mind for that. I haven't seen that wall thrown very often, so I'm wondering if they have something cooked around that for their first gun round coming up.
We shall find out. Nice 2K. Finish that round off.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again. Turret out.
Cafe Coke deciding to go with the full bonus. I'm a huge fan of this. Oh, never mind. Kate actually upgrading to the Vandal. Choosing to go with that bigger weaponry, try and get this round on the board, and continue rolling.
Now, so far we've seen Cafe Coke be, number one, really aggressive on A, and then more, a little bit allowing for Teddy Tactics to take their time. What would you like for them to do forward in order to continue to be successful? I mean, right now, they're just taking up this mid space.
Yeah, to continue being success, they just need to keep putting pressure and pulling these rotates from Teddy Tactics before exploding, and that's exactly what they're doing here, going straight through mid and splitting B.
Chip just chilling in that poisonous cloud. Oh, that Molly though is cooking away the health, but that does not stop Chip. Chip takes one before going down. The spike drop, and now everybody of Teddy Tactic knows exactly where it is. That does not stop Cafe Coke. They're still looking to at least get some upper hand with numbers, but numbers not coming in their favor. Teddy Tactic turns the tide with this weaponry.
Yeah, great close from Venus there, making sure that round doesn't get out of hand, making sure they secure the anti-bonus round and get their first gun round on the board. Huge for Teddy Tactics to really make sure this game doesn't start slipping away too early. I like the play from Cafe Coke, you know, bonus round, straight mid to B, try and catch the defenders off guard, but, you know, Teddy Tactics just getting there in the nick of time to trade out with their squad, so good rotates from them that round.
Can they continue to keep at bay now that Cafe Coke does have some weaponry? Did you get a chance to see if there is any ultimates available here?
No ults on the board. I didn't get to see if we're close to any on either side, and I don't see an op on the field as well. Cafe Coke starting with the same type of mid play here, but then transitioning into a B main hit.
Punishing Orange, who's trying to capture as much space for their squad. The spike, though, making its way slowly into this site, and we do see Chip just backing away. Oh, Calvrix! Such a sneaky little ninja. Spike making its way onto B site, though, after that trade happening over onto A site. Chip just remaining in the back of the site, waiting for the rest of the squad to come on through, and there is a cover for that spike, but no one can actually get onto it. Zoe, stuck in a rough position, is being sandwiched from both sides and eventually goes down, turning this into a 1v1. Venus goes down to Calvrix, who was doing the longest flank of them all.
Yeah, Calvrix and Arya like ships in the night, passing each other there on the A site. That was a crazy timing to watch go down on the minimap. Just sneaking by each other before hitting that alarm bot, and unfortunately for Arya, Calvrix was ready, turned around, got that frag, and ended up securing the round late for their team. Beautiful there from them. I'm really curious, do you think Cafe Coke plays this round slow, knowing against they're against pistols, or do you think they go with another fast play here?
Well, they are a little bit hovered over this A site. And last time we saw them, they wanted to hit it pretty quickly. Now, we know that the Blade Storms are in the hands of Venus, so that's going to be something to be just in the back of your head, like, okay, we know that the Jet could definitely dink us with those Blades. So it looks a little bit more of a slower pace here going forth. I believe also that Soba ult is in play as well. Maybe gathering in some information. Get that. But so far, things are slowing down.
Yeah, they must have heard us slowing down and speeding right up, hitting this A site, and it's not going great for them off the rip. Cafe Coke down 2 members.
Yeah, that plan to kind of play it out slowly, maybe not the best strat. At least, though, the spike... Actually, no, the spike is in nobody's hands. The spike is left into the hands of Teddy Tactic, who are now just playing back. Although Kalsushi trying to get a peek of where exactly their opponents could be. Does eventually go down, leaving their teammates with one less weapon in their hands. I believe Kalsushi had that Guardian, which eventually does get picked up here by Orange. But they need to seek out. Arya finds the side of Zoe, not looking at the proper angle, and turns this into a 2v2. But we have to keep in mind that Orange is very low on health. It's down to Arya. Can Arya take on this last opponent? Kate finds it and makes it a 1v1. Arya trying to scoot to the back of sight, knows the time's running low, but that's when Kate spikes and gets that elimination.
Super valiant effort there from Arya, almost coming up big for the squad. I believe she was trying to go get that res off before Kate could get to the site, but just not able to get around the corner. Kate clutching through for Cafe Coke, and I think they're gonna go fast off that clutch. It looks like they're posturing towards A. Looks like they want to slam, maybe get this Hunter's Fury ripping towards backside. They have the res to work with too. I'm definitely expecting Anui to just peek belt here.
Teddy, though, they have some sort of an intuition that, hey, this could possibly be it. And after that recon, they gathered information, at least, of Anui's position. Still patiently just trying to draw out. And look out how deep we have Chip up on this B. The movement bot, though, could give away how much space they have gathered.
Yeah, it's great info that Chip's securing for the team. And that slow from Arya at the start was big, too. And a frag on top of it onto Anui, cutting down those knives.
Knives down, the operator in the hands of Venus eventually rewards them with 1 extra elimination. The Spike not wanting to go after so much space has been gathered. Orange onto this kitchen, just pinging away, says, hey, I think we have this open, but it's gonna be Venus with the operator and the off angle. Finds no one quite yet. Oh no! Finds Zoe as the Viper's pit goes down with the shorty. Finds another, looking for the third. Says, please give me a second. I'm trying to get my weapon out. Eventually does go down. But Teddy Tactic is looking mighty fine now here as they have 2 more players, then Cafe Coke and the Spike as well. Helvrix in a rough situation, need to go get that Spike and having to plant as well as the time comes running down.
Another crazy round from Teddy Tactics, and they come through. Venus right there with the round-winning kill onto that Viper that was in the middle of ulting on top of B site. Huge pick from her, and able to even stall time, whip out the shorty amidst the chaos, and allow her teammate to trade her out. Just a great play from her overall.
If I'm the one getting eliminated by a shorty, I definitely cry. Do you also cry? Or are you just like, no, I'm just better. I'll just eliminate them next time.
Sometimes you cry. Sometimes you just have to laugh when you get Goomba stomped by a shorty.
Recon not catching Venus's aggression. Instead, it's gonna be Venus getting all of the cookies out of that cookie jar, backs out, and picks a new angle to peek from. That drone repositions them over. Every time KP, that Cafe Coke says, hey, we're gonna hit A aggressively, I feel like they just get scared by the utility that's being thrown at them by Teddy Tactics.
Oh, 100%. Teddy Tactics is doing a great job of counter-utiling and also finding the gaps, and it was Arya in the prior round as well. Just finding the gaps and getting the pick before Cafe Coke can even get onto the site.
Oh, well, Cafe Coke says we gotta do it. If we're gonna commit, we gotta commit 1000%, and so they shall. Kalsushi lining it up with those shock bolts. Does eventually get the planter in now. The lockdown is going to come into session here for Teddy Tactic, not even allowing them to plant. The rejection is left, right, all around. Cafe is in some struggle as they do bring it down to 2v2. But wait, how did that happen?
Zoe with the 4K collat on the operator. I think she picked it up off Venus's body and able to get the 4K to win that round. What a crazy play from her.
I would love to see that because I was so caught up in like there's a 2v2, all right? They have the lockdown. Everything's okay here for Teddy Tactic. And then you just see Zoe popping out those shots. That's crazy.
On the
Couldn't be.
Viper, too. I'm loving that. Big Viper op fan. And she's keeping it, too, in this next round. That's how you know Cafe Coke is feeling confident right now.
Is it going to pay out as Teddy Tactic? They want to aggress off of this B main. They're pushing forward. Calverick says, no, you're not going to flank me. Not this time. Especially with that movement bot just allowing for that information also to get gathered. Only Oranges is on this A site. But still, Cafe Coke taking their time.
Yeah, really making sure they're grouped together here, able to trade out, getting the info before they hit the site, and that's what you really like to see. Oh my god.
The timing was so perfect there. Koz punishing Orange for trying to eliminate Anui. Anui backs out, gets one, and the spike is going down. Teddy Tactics just needs to gather at this point. They don't have the weaponry. They have a resurrection, but I mean, you're saving at this point. So there's probably just trying to get some sort of eliminations to allow their economy to start booming.
100%, yeah. Something I'd like to see from Teddy Tactics on this next gun round is exactly what they just did there on that eco. You know, a lot of the times people are expecting on eco rounds, you're going to get aggressive. They have pistols, right? You have to make something happen. But Teddy Tactics, Arya's had this Sage Resurrection online for at least 4 rounds now. I'd love to see them do the exact same thing, get in their face, get aggressive, try and find the pick, and if they lose a body, they have the res to cover it anyways. So I'm really looking for that change from them this round.
Here. They definitely need to change something. I mean, they're having a hard time. Even though it comes down to 2v2s most rounds, it seems like just the slivers of mistakes are going against them at this point. Recon grabs one over onto this B site. Still, Venus tries to remain on the angle and does not get that elimination. The spike is going to commence into that B site, but once again, a look at where Calvrix is taking up space on this A, just gathering that information.
Yeah, Calvrix probably calling that A is sounding pretty weak right now back to their team. Although they're going to have to deal with that Viper's Pit, and they used a lot of util pushing Venus's off B. So I'm wondering what they're going to have for this. Looks like it's going to be the KJ ultimate. This is a great play to clear the Viper's Pit.
There's one thing that I'm more scared of is the Viper's Pit, and then after that, it's the KJ lockdown. Because you have to give up so much space for it. And you see them, they're just running away. They don't want to be caught. They don't even want to try to fight for that. The retake is going to be a 5v5 as the spike is going to safely get put onto the site. Ultimate. Cal Sushi trying to find one. Not yet finding any damage. I think they did a little bit of damage to their own teammate there. Which was an oopsie daisy, but still, they are pushing themselves onto the site. The spike did take quite some time to get planted as well. Anui pushing forth, not actually giving up the whole site. Instead, they're gonna fight for this elbow. And as the tides turn, it's gonna be Cafe Coke who remains with the most players standing. Kate, back of sight. Chip looks towards the operator, but it's Kate saying, hey, you just keep them occupied. I will clear them up here.
Wow, that is great late round positioning from Kate. Staying tucked under the Sage Wall, uncleared inside of that hell position, and able to just clean up that round with Zoe there.
Right here.
Honestly, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Cafe Coke. They're controlling the pace of these rounds. They have a very clear game plan. They're defaulting towards one side of the map right there, pushing the off B, you know, making pressure there, pulling the rotate from Teddy Tactics, and then ending on the other side of the map. Very simple plan, and they're following through and able to secure these rounds.
If you're Teddy Tactic here, you're low on economy, what do you do here, KB?
Yeah, honestly, I would start looking for Teddy Tactics to gamble in some of these rounds. Rather than all-out aggression, I'd like to see them put pressure somewhere, maybe act like they're pushing B, throw a Sage Wall B main, and group back and gamble 4 or 5 bodies on A. It seems like Teddy Tactics is doing well when they're all together and able to trade out.
Drone just gathering that space once again, and Anui just capitalizing off of that. Calvrix finds the aggression from this A main player. That's it once again. Teddy Tactics going down to that first one.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
man, just trying to get themselves some sort of weaponry, maybe some sort of elimination, and it's just not looking great for them.
No, it's looking very, very tough for the Teddy Tactics camp right now. And again, Cafe Coke, I'm just a huge fan of the way they're playing with such discipline. They get the first pick, and they don't rush the site after. They wait for Teddy Tactics to make the mistake and walk right into them. And that's exactly what happens. And they're able to just clean up those kills so effortlessly. And this is definitely much needed. This timeout right here, this is what I was looking for, 3 or 4 rounds ago when I mentioned I wanted to see a switch up from Teddy Tactics, and I'm assuming we're going to see something different coming from them here.
Is it the fact that Teddy Tactic is just going into the game style that Cafe Coke is kind of setting? Is it the rhythm of Cafe Coke, or do you think that Teddy Tactic is just like, oh, we want to be persistent with our own play style and getting caught out there? What do you think it is?
No, that's a great question. I think Cafe Coke, Teddy Tactics is playing right into Cafe Coke's hand, right? Like, they are defaulting towards a spot, they're pulling attention. Teddy Tactics is then having to re-clear that space because they either lack the info or they've lost a body. Cafe Coke's getting a lot of these early first picks, which puts them at a disadvantage. And Teddy Tactics feels pressured to then do something, and they're playing right into Cafe Coke, patiently waiting, ready for all that aggression, ready for them to try and regain that map control or information advantage.
Right here.
Yeah, I want Teddy Tactics to, right now, switch it up and be more in the driver's seat of their defensive rounds. Like, get aggressive, get some map control, don't be on the back foot, and don't give up all the information on some of these crucial spots like B main or mid 2, right?
Ready here. I mean, if I had to listen to anyone, it would be KP IGLing here, telling you what to do.
Right here.
And so far, I mean, there was a lot of aggression going forth there. It was a 1-for-1. This is a base case scenario here for Teddy Tactics, but unfortunately, Coz does have that resurrection. I believe that we also have the resurrection on Arya on Teddy Tactics if they really wanted to remain with numbers, but instead, it's going to be a little bit more patience going forth here.
Yeah, Calvrix and Zoe are like hawks. They're like flying vultures on this dead body. They do not want to let Teddy Tactics get this res off on Venus. But they're choosing to give the space, grouping towards B main, and it's looking like they're just going to hit together. They're going to let Teddy Tactics potentially get the res off.
Spike drop.
I'm a little nervous. Teddy Tactics, like, they're definitely going A, guys. There's no way they go B. And just like that, it's going to be the KJ Oranges just remaining alive. Staying put. Just waiting. Waiting for Zoe. Already there. Looking
Almost
at the off angle. The resurrection
Almost gives
did
the
come
shoulder
through.
away. It did. And Calvrix is wrapping late again. We saw them do this earlier in the game. This is a beautiful timing from Calvrix. Nobody's going to be ready for this.
Recalling my bot.
They're going in. Oh, it's gonna be a full-on rush onto the site. They're going into the pit. Who said the Viper's pit is scary? No one at all. It's gonna be the hold. Arya remains onto it, hoping that they get confused with all the chaos happening. No.
Wow.
Still, Cafe Coke remains with the numbers. And Zoe's Viper, I think that was the second Viper's pit that we see Zoe just kind of control over.
Yeah, she's loving that Viper Spit towards B main. I think that's the second time she's tried to pop it there. That time successful, the prior time getting picked off by Venus right before it went down. But just a beautiful round there from Calvrix with that late wrap, even after the res, having the discipline to let them get the res off and then go late. Beautiful play.
Now, I don't know. I guess we both agree that we don't know that much about Cafe Coke, but if you had to take a gamble guess of who their IGL is, who would you say?
I think it's Kate or Calvrix for sure. Based off what I'm seeing, the Sova, it's got to be the Sova or the KJ based off what I'm seeing. Because really good calls on the groups in the mid rounds. And again, once here, you see, oh my god.
Well, Teddy Tactics said, you know what, staying back of sight and just relaxing is not doing anything for us. So we're just going to get aggressive. And aggression, indeed, has rewarded them. they are able to remain with the player advantage and gather the information of where the spike was. Cafe Coke, though, although previous times they've lacked numbers, I feel like they're really good at covering one another. So let's see if they can continue to do that, or if it will prove too difficult.
They've been really good so far here in these man down situations. And once again, like, that round is what I wanted to see from Teddy Tactics earlier. Like, you know, gaining map advantage early, like going for a pick, going for a play, and then getting out.
Oh, more time being put off by this KJ lockdown. I like also how Cafe Coke has continuously used their ultimates. You have a lot of teams that, as I say that, Kate's like, you have a lot of teams that just sit back. We are aggressive. We like to play for the numbers as well. So they even out the playing field. The time is ticking. It's going to be aggression from Teddy Tactics and keeping one in the back just to defuse, but still to operate in the hands of So. Finds one, and it's Calbrix who's on the site, deletes the person defusing, and buys just enough time for that spike to go off.
Now, I didn't know Cafe Coke before today, and I'm becoming a huge fan. Just their fundamental gameplay is so good. Like, genuinely, the discipline from Kate to on that post plant, she knows they're down a player. She has to look for a fight screens. As soon as she wins that fight, they're immediately falling off, and Calvrix is late wrapping screens for the round secure. I am just such a big fan of plays like that. You can see their communication is on point right now for Cafe Coke.
I wish that their name was Cafe Cola, because I played Fallout. But you know what? I'm okay with Cafe Coke after this map. I'm totally with it. I see it. So we're gonna swap-a-roo. All right, good half here. At least if you're Cafe Coke, you're feeling absolutely phenomenal. But what does Teddy Tactic need to do to get back into this game? What are the must-dos in order to make sure that they at least get a fighting chance to come back into this?
They definitely need this pistol round right now. I mean, this is the round, right? This is either going to be the start of the comeback or the beginning of the end. And looks like so far, I mean, they've got the spike down, setting up for a 5-on-5 post plant. We don't see these very often, but this is going to be a bloodbath on site here.
Oh, this sandwich happening might be the scariest thing to happen, especially when your Calvrix with a Sheriff just manages to clean up town. Remaining onto the site, Arya tries to fight off of their wall, but gets picked, and it's just a W key going forth here, KP. Cafe Coke, they don't even know how to stop.
Wow, oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, this is looking wraps. Cafe Coke just looks unstoppable right now. I'm having a lot of fun watching this. I'm very impressed with, even right there on that round, it looks like, you know, they're in a 5-on-5 situation. There's KJ Molly's on the spike, and Cafe Coke's not stressed. They have a protocol, they stuck to it, and they're able to clean up that retake almost flawlessly, only losing one player.
Oh, okay. We're gonna take a timeout here. Teddy Tactics, a team that has been around for some time, so they kind of, I feel like they've been in these situations, and they've also been on the winning situation as well. So how do you maintain that mental up, and how do you, like, you know, try to not get so down on yourself?
Right, every team is going to have a different method to doing that. I don't know exactly what Teddy Tactics can say in this moment. Always try and, you know, keep it positive, keep the fun up. You know, you got to be having fun out there on the server to make the comeback possible. If I'm them right now, if I'm the IGL of Teddy Tactics, I'm saying, you know what, guys? It can't get worse right now, right? You know, it can only go up from here. We have nothing to lose, you know. Let's get out there. Let's do this force buy. Let's have a play in mind, and let's stick to it the whole round, no matter what.
That's a fair one. I'm gonna try using that on my ranked teammates, see if it helps. Yeah, come on, guys. We're only losing RR. Don't worry. It's not that bad.
Yeah. Again, to each their own, right? Everyone's going to have their own way to claw back out of this.
Well, we are going to, but like you said, we're going to buy up here if you're a Teddy Tactic. Putting some hope into the Stinger. And now we're going to see this B split, but Cafe Coke, they're reading the same book. They're reading off of their book right now. They're copying their answers. They're like, okay, we know you're coming here, but it's going to be Arya and Venus who are making things a little more plausible. onto this B site. They have the numbers, they have the space. Nui just remaining with this outlaw. Is this an outlaw or a marshal?
This is an outlaw, and this is a sketchy situation for Anui. Teddy Tactics just waiting to pounce.
They're being patient, just like we saw Cafe Coke do. But their patience is not going to get rewarded. God. It's going to be Anui with the 3K, 2 collaterals, and then the third to add on to the mix. Arya still keeping numbers in the favor of Teddy Tactic. Teddy Tactic, they need this for the hopes, for the dreams, for just that motivation to continue clawing their way back into this. It's Calvarix, though, a player that has been working phenomenal throughout this whole match. Looking, searching.
One enemy remains.
Finds one. Clears the second.
Wow,
and 15 health remaining.
Calvarix coming through yet again off the back of Anui's 3K with that outlaw collat. I swear, there's something different about watching that is more stressful than playing, I'm telling you. Because right there, it looks unwinnable for Cafe Coke, and then all of a sudden, bang, Anui with a 3K out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was the collateral for me. The collateral was like, oh man, that feels wonderful for you, terrible for me. But Cafe Coke
and anyone in the Teddy Tactics camp as well. I mean, God, that was looking like a lifeline for them, and then it's just stripped away.
The good news, if any, right, the silver lining and everything, is that this was the map choice of Cafe Coke. So next up, we are gonna get the map choice of Teddy Tactics, which still, this is a best of 3, folks, for all of you at home. We are doing a best of 3, so there's still hope to, hey, go, all right, this wasn't our map choice. We can relax and take a breather, give them this one, and come back the next.
100%. And for right now, for Teddy Tactics, that is what I'd be thinking of, right? You know, not worrying about map 1. Sometimes you're just not a map 1er, you know, whether it's nerves or just getting warmed up, or maybe you haven't eaten anything. There was a break between the groups and the bracket. Sometimes you just have to dust off the rust, you know, don't worry about spilt milk too much, and get ready for map 2.
Fair enough. Well, I think one thing we can definitely say about Cafe Coke is they love playing retakes. The retake, at least we've seen it, 2 retakes on their defense, and so far they work wonderfully. Teddy Tactics trying to look for some picks before the plant goes down. At least it's a trade-off, 2 for 1 here.
My ultimate is ready.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad for Teddy Tactics. Definitely puts them in a winnable situation, especially with how slow this retake's coming in. Venus in a great spot here to get some frags.
Yes, please. No? Alright. I mean, sometimes when you're looking at 3 players staring at you in the face, it doesn't work out. Orange.
It happens.
With the Guardian just taking 1, making this a 3v2. No ultimates available for any sort of hold off. Instead, it's going to be just the sheer gunplay that's going to secure Cafe Coke taking this map a number 1.
Defenders win.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you just have to brush it off. You have to go next, you know. Don't think about it too much. Get ready for your map pick, and honestly just try and mentally reset. But Cafe Coke, I am very, very impressed.
Yeah, a name, like you said, a name that we didn't know before. Now we're definitely aware, and we'll be keeping an eye on. If you had to say one player that really dictated the momentum of this game for Cafe Coke, who would it be?
Yeah, I'm going with Calvarix 100%. The multiple late round wrap scenarios, the multiple 2Ks that they got, I just saw impact-wise. The big KJ lockdowns to push the Viper out of the pit, and also one of their post plants slamming it down mid-site. Just great impact plays, you know, without being on that star roll. I'd be very, very interested to hear from them and see what they think of that map.
Well, I am excited to see how it's going to go down. Will Cafe Coke continue to lead their way into victory and into the next match? Or is Teddy Tactics going to wake up, maybe they get some food in them, and bring that match and bring it to a draw and take us on to map number 3? We're going to find out after this break, folks, so don't go anywhere. friends, we hope you enjoyed your break. You grabbed some water, maybe some snackies, and you are ready to watch this map number 2, which is Teddy Tactic versus Cafe Coke. If you missed the first one, KP, quick rundown. What happened?
Cafe Coke absolutely decimated Teddy Tactics. Wasn't even close. Teddy Tactics definitely needs a strong comeback here.
Fair. And to be fair, we're going to go into the map pick of Teddy Tactics, which we will see the maps of which were banned, what we just saw, and then what is up next, which, like you mentioned, it is going to be Sunset. Now, do you have a little bit of statistics for us about Sunset, maybe for either team? I guess more so for Teddy Tactic.
Yeah, Teddy Tactics 4-3 on this map, win to loss. They have some wins against some pretty decent teams. Definitely expecting this to be a stronger map for them. However, Cafe Coke undefeated on this map, 5-0, 100% win rate.
Oh my. That makes me scared. I know some of you at home are like, statistics aren't the most important thing, and fair. But after you just saw map number 1, it's hard not to be like, hey yo, actually this could be very scary for Teddy Tactics. So I'm gonna put it out there. Teddy Tactics, like you said, needs to bring it. They need to wake up. I feel like they have a really good roster. They've been together for some time. Maybe it just seems like the way of like not performing as well could get to them a little bit, because I mean, before we came into this series, they did manage to lose as well. So I'm wondering if that's kind of like weighing down on them and being like, oh, we're not performing up to par. What do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, 100%. I definitely can see there's some hesitation going on. Maybe some things happening from the last couple maps, things they aren't confident on. I think I want to see from Teddy Tactics, which we saw in a few of those Icebox rounds, I want to see them get aggressive, take map control, get in the enemy's face, and then back off. Have that discipline to get the man advantage, then reel it back in. Further than that, I liked when Teddy Tactics was together. Strength in numbers. I don't want to see Cafe Coke pick them apart again on this map.
Yeah, I think when you think about Sunset, what do you think of about like agent compositions, or what do you think is going to be a strong suit, at least here for Teddy Tactics?
Teddy Tactics, as far as agent compositions, I love the Breach on Sunset. I think Breach is a must run. For Teddy Tactics, though, I'm looking to see maybe a different look for Venus, maybe getting her on the Rays, potentially Neon on Sunset, something where she can more capitalize, off her teammates' utility and get something going for the squad, especially on those offense rounds, because that was where they struggled a lot in that last match.
And as far as, I'm kind of looking over at what Teddy Tactics had prior, but before I even speak, maybe let's see what they're already ready to pick, since we have agent select going in. Prior, they had picked the Gecko and the KO. How do you feel about double initiator on this map?
I love the double initiator on this map. The Gecko KO. Okay, KO himself is something I'm a huge fan of. Was running it very recently on my last team on Sunset, and I don't think he's picked enough. Disabling the trips at B, being able to molly the Cypher trips as well. It's something huge that people don't factor in when picking some of the other initiators. And Gecko as well, having the little wingman, put the spike down, hop on the spike for defuse. It's so convenient on this map. Especially because we see a lot. Sunset is a flood heavy map, retakes are fast, explosive. You don't have a lot of time to think. So if you have little man planning the spike, diffusing the spike, you're able to have another gun out. And I'm just a huge fan of that double initiator pick from Teddy Tactics.
Well, you did talk about loving the Breach though, so we are gonna see the Breach on Koz. But instead of that KO, we're gonna have the Gecko. So it's kind of essentially a mirror matchup, except for those two. Do you have a preference on which one, just based on that?
Oh, I'm going to be in Team Cafe Coke. I'm going to be in their camp for this game. I'm a Breach main, so I'm going to be riding with them a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see the difference in play from the two squads. I think that'll be one of the storylines to follow on this map.
Absolutely. Well, Teddy Tactics, a lot to live up to. A lot to have to make up, especially if they want to take us over onto this third map. And oh, okay, so it seems like this was actually the map choice of Cafe Coke. Excuses, folks. So there was a little bit of a swapperoo. So I don't know, maybe that even puts extra pressure here on Teddy Tactics.
Oh, 100%. If I'm Teddy Tactics right now, I am shaking in my boots. Knowing that you just got crushed on your own map pick, now going into Cafe Cokes, that's a little rough. But, you know, let's see if they can turn it around here and maybe have a better start to this game.
Oh, needs utility being thrown out there, and it seems like Cafe Coke, they're playing a little bit of hide and seek, a little bit of tag, and I'm gonna go run somewhere else. Although not a lot of space was taken up here by Calbrix.
Yeah, Calbrix didn't end up taking too much space, but was able to, you know, confirm to the team that they didn't push through A, which is huge information in itself. And again, I'm just such a big fan of like what they're doing. They defaulted towards B, pulled all of Teddy Tactics over to that side of the map, and now they have A site for free.
Indeed. A lot of utility already be thrown out there. You talked about aggression getting themselves back onto the site, and it's going to be Arya, blinded, by the way, still able to get that elimination on Kate, and remains alive, incoming with the squad. Bazo's right click is also connecting. Calvrix with the crossfire is working wonders, and it comes down to just Calvrix 5 health and a dream. Can they do it? They've done it before, but no, Chip gets it with the right click.
Yeah, Chip with the dunk on them right there. Looking like LeBron James. Great cleanup into that round. What a retake from Teddy Tactics. I didn't expect that to go their way after the initial start of the round.
Yeah, I think they took that. I think that breaks so far. I don't know, maybe it's too early to say this and I don't want to jinx it, because have you heard of the caster curse, KP?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever been a victim of the caster curse?
I've definitely been a victim of the caster's curse. I don't want to say which tournament that was, but I think we all know.
All right, well, I don't want to do that to them, you know? It just feels wrong. So I'm going to just say, hey, all right, good start. Can they replicate it once again now that they have better weaponry?
Oh, yeah, and I mean, at the very least, maybe it's getting Teddy Tactics hyped up. It's getting them in a better mental heading into this second map, and, you know, can really keep the momentum up.
Here.
I think that in itself is going to be a big, big factor to whether or not they can actually make this comeback and push us to map 3.
Cafe Coke just really pulling so much attention from Teddy Tactics. I don't know if it's it just kind of seems like Teddy Tactics is hyper alert to everything that Cafe Coke is doing. But at least Venus sees a lot of bodies coming forth onto this A. Backs up, delays with those paint shells. One-way smoke, helping out Cal Sushi. But nope, Cafe Coke's like, we're out of here. We know you know that we're here.
Here.
Yeah, they grab the orb, put the pressure, and they dip out.
Wait.
Oh my...
Calvrix, how are you in there? What?
How did she get there?
I have no idea. I think they just creeped into B main, giving, again, their team so much space, so much map control. Teddy Tactic needs to stop being so reactive. Chip just chipping away at the planter.
Cover going
Waiting for the rest of the squad. It's going to be a smoke off to Boba to cross their way onto the site. A blind going forth. But it stopped right off the get-go with the mosh. Nui gets hit with that Dizzy. But it's going to be Venus who captures the push from Cafe Coke. They knew that they had the weapon disadvantage, so they had to do some damage. But it's going to be Teddy Tactic remaining with, I mean, 2 weapons. It's not the best case scenario, but hey, at least you got the round, right, KP?
Right, that's a brutal round for Teddy Tactics. Although they won and Venus was able to come up, get some big frags there and clean up the round, it was looking very, very dicey there. I don't know how Calvrix was able to find that opening, get in that position. But once again, Cafe Coke is doing a great job of pulling Teddy Tactics wherever they want. Like, even though they lost that round, even though they were on the eco, they're in the driver's seat still on, you know, the worst weaponry we consider. And Kate already has the Gecko ult on board. I'm wondering, you know, off the back of that, do they go for something fast and explosive here with this Gecko ult? It's looking likely.
Yeah, they're definitely leaning towards this A site, which just has one player remaining. And there you go, you called it. Fast onto the site, they shall go blind. And they're going to be able to pick up that Gecko ultimate. The Thrasher once again. I love how thorough they are as well. They use every utility to make sure that they're not going to get surprised.
Yeah, I really, really like that as well. They're making sure they don't lose a body on the entry of the site. They're committing to these 5-on-5 post-plant situations, and they're confident in them too. Here goes the Thrash again, not able to find anything. And a massive shot flood coming in from Teddy Tactics.
Oh, the ultimate gets invested in. It's going to be a stick on the diffuse, so Oranges is not going to fake, but it's going to be the spam from Elbow, and everybody on Elbow just able to sustain Teddy Tactics off of the spike.
Check. Break.
Yeah, what a crazy round right there. Orange is just going straight up for the stick in the Cypher cage. You know what? I actually rock with that play. I dig it. Really getting everyone to focus on that spike. Just some unfortunate spams come through. But that's going to be the bonus round out of the way. Teddy Tactics on their first gun, and they've got the Raise Rocket and Omen ult here. So I'm wondering, are they going to be able to fight better? It looks like they're setting up for some type of B crunch with this rocket. And here it is, right onto the Cypher.
Wow. Wait, but it doesn't matter. It was a trade-off. A 1-for-1. You lose your nades, you lose your boombot to the person who's consistently lurking there. I mean, arguably, Calvrix has been doing massive work for Cafe Coke. But hey, if you take out their utility explosion onto the site and you keep cleaning up onto this A site, I guess it doesn't matter here.
No, it doesn't matter at all. Calvrix, once again, unsung hero of the round. That pick onto a Raise rocketing at you is, you know, I'd love to see a replay on that.
Oh my. Cafe Coke, they're not skipping a beat. They're like, yeah, you took both our first round pistol and bonus. Not a worry in the world. We're still chilling.
Yeah, they are big chillin' and looking comfortable. Close to Raise Rocket, Ko's close to that Breach ultimate. I'm expecting, you know, they're going to play slow here, farm some of those orbs, really try and get more ults flowing into their next gun round, because, you know, that was a huge, huge reason why they took A site clean and won their first gun round. You know, even though Teddy Tactics lost the last round as well, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I really like what I just saw from them. Like, that aggression and having the confidence to do that play shows me that now they're playing to win, right? They're getting in their face. They're not afraid anymore.
Yeah, you talked a lot about them just going into the rhythm of Cafe Coke. It's like, and we kind of been seeing that a little bit because of how quickly they react to what's being kind of displayed to them. But now they're taking up map space, and they're taking it a little bit more aggressive. They need to shut down this player, though. Calvrix needs to be shut down.
Yeah, I believe we got a Paranoia. The Omen Paranoia is ready to go as soon as the Gecko takes contact here. Kalsushi takes contact with no Paranoia. Looks like a misplay maybe from Teddy Tactics.
I think they were just a little bit caught off guard with the fact that Cafe Coke is just being aggressive off A short. They were able to get onto the site. It was an explosion that kind of made them worry more about this A site, and with a 3v3, the flank here for Venus, but this trip is making it that much more difficult. The blind finally comes through, and Venus is able to get one, but as we know, Calvrix is there, getting the elimination, getting the trade for their squad. The ultimate, though, Neural Theft was popped, so the location of Teddy Tactic has been given to the players remaining onto the site. The spike still counting down, but this crossfire set up here by Kate and Koz goes down in their favor.
Beautiful breach stun there from Koz off the contact of Kate. You know, able to stun up that last player in the 2v1 and just secure the round for them. Cal has the Gecko ult online, but Kate, again, second Gecko ult in a matter of 5 rounds. That's crazy impact and orb ultimate usage right there. I'm expecting something fast and explosive, and it's looking like they're heading towards B this time with the Gecko and Raise Rocket.
Oh, Chip's like, maybe I can get lucky, but nope. Fault line pushes him back, makes him reposition, makes him think twice. I mean, everything's being thrown out here, KP. Thrasher, double satchel onto the site, blinds. Everything has been put into this mix. You name it, it's probably been thrown here. But in return, we're seeing Nui aggressing onto this boba shot. Not only are they taking control of the site, they're taking control of beyond the site, making sure that when Teddy Tactic retakes the site, they have to take up so much more space. A Thrasher for the Thrasher. Orange gets caught with a blind, and no one yet going down. And Nui does manage to get two, and now Neural Theft for Orange is going to be put forth. Someone needs to remain on to the spike. And another person aggresses fourth, but it's gonna be Ko with the Rolling Thunder to buy so much time here. This is one thing that Cafe Coke has been so wonderful at, is just buying time for that spike to just diffuse.
Yeah, again, just great fundamental gameplay from Cafe Coke. The Rolling Thunder there just to secure the round. God, it was so perfectly timed on that retake. And we even saw the double Gecko Thrashers passing by each other in the midst of that. An absolute mosh on the site. And I think it's totally worth it for Koz to commit that Rolling Thunder just to secure that round. Keep the momentum up, keep Teddy Tactics on the back foot. And, you know, once again, we're seeing Teddy Tactics on a poor buy. We've got one Guardian, a Judge, a Bulldog. It's not looking amazing for them, and Chip forced to play close with this Judge.
That's the second time Chip tries to get cheeky with it, and it hasn't worked out. Can they do it now, though? With this smoke allowing some cover to get aggressive. They're thinking twice about it. We do see Teddy Tactic trying to take some map space over onto the safe site. And with that, you just see the reaction of Cafe Coke. They're like, okay, maybe we can capitalize on them being aggressive aiming.
Yeah, 100%. Cafe Coke putting that pressure, inserting Calvrix, leaving them for the lurk, and choosing to come back towards their Omen.
Wait.
Keep these grouped hits going. KO, Arya's in an amazing spot here.
This is gonna be money if they're able to collapse, but no. Arya's shots just not quite connecting. And that seemed to be the silver lining there. Can Arya manage to get a pick or two and punish Cafe Coke for rotating?
30 seconds left.
Now though, Teddy Tactics just running back and forth. You see them, they're so confused. They don't know what's going on. Chip eventually goes into that smoke and does get one. It's still numbers in the favor of Cafe Coke as the spike goes down, and the retake is going to be that much harder with just 3 players and not the best buy.
No, and the unfortunate thing there is Chip killed the player that was actually already weak from Arya's frag earlier.
1 for 1, a blind to get them onto the side. Calvrix getting 3, looking for the 4. But it's Venus who remains alive, remains with the hope. A lot of health, so hey, this is doable if you can take this 1v1. But that's not gonna happen. Cafe Coke swing and have a high-low already set up for that last elimination.
Teddy Tactics choosing to take a risk there, which is something, again, that I really like seeing. But, you know, I want them to take these risks together. If Arya had a teammate with her there and they double peaked that instead, it would have gone probably a lot more in their favor rather than just, you know, the solo hero plays, which is something maybe we're seeing because they feel like they're on the back foot. They feel like they have to make those hero plays right now to even get something going against this Cafe Coke squad that just looks undefeatable right now.
Undefeatable, unstoppable, going all the way, even though utility has spotted them. The flash helps out. A really
Great
nice
flash
setup there by Arya, able to help out Venus get that first blood. Now that they have the first blood, can they remain with numbers here? It's gonna be the hard part. Al Sushi keeping some spacing onto Elbow. But no, it's Cafe Coke, they just know. And Kate able to get the 2K. Both players on the Elbow go down. But you talked about it, friendship, that's the answer. And friendship was able to get Calvrix off of this round, at least for the time being. But still, Teddy Tactics, a lot more to overcome as a spike gets planted onto this A site. They don't have best weaponry, so the Sheriff is going to have to put some massive work onto the site. Oh my, everything just gets worse. It's like every accident is happening here for Teddy Tactic. Not only do they have the number disadvantage, but now they have to deal with the Thrasher and the low weaponry. Chip in a really nice teleport, finds a cheeky little angle, throws out the blind. Going to stick onto the spike halfway through. Kate baiting out for Chip to get off of the spike. One smoke being thrown for safety for the time being, but it's gonna be Kate rushing into that. And Cafe, they're continuing to lead.
The third Gecko ult from Kate already in the half. That is crazy. That is an absolutely crazy stat, and she's already at 2 out of 7 towards the next one. And you know, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about Teddy Tactics. That was the second round in a row. We saw a Sheriff, a Marshal, a Judge, you know, just a really, really shoddy buy. I'm really wanting them to get this round, get control back of this game, and they have the KO and the Raise Rocket to hopefully get it done, and a full buy altogether. We haven't seen that now for 2 rounds. I'm curious, do you think Teddy Tactics could start implementing some more flanks into these plays to really stop Cafe Coke from running back and forth between A and B, how they've liked doing so far?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing them do it a little bit over onto this A site where they gather that space, but every time they do so, they tend to retreat after they gather the space. They're like, okay, we have the information, now we're good, we're gonna back out. And there they go again, they're backing out. They have the information that there's at least one, but they need to capitalize on that. I think we're seeing a little bit what we're seeing map number 1, which is they're playing more into the style of Cafe Coke instead of setting up their own momentum. Through the stage, though, they are able to get one, so at least it's a trade 1 for 1. But Cafe Coke, they have that momentum, they have the confidence, and they're going forth, still trying to remain with numbers. Co sneaking into the tea shop, finds another Venus, just throwing that ultimate into the blindness there. I don't think there was any information that there was a player there, but still they threw it. It's a 3 for 3. They have no idea where this cam is. Calvrix, being a sneaky ninja, on to market, finds one. The trade is there. And finally, Teddy Tactics, they find a way to get themselves back into the mix.
Yeah, Teddy Tactics really being helped out there from the ultimates, and that's exactly what they needed. And thankfully, they've got another Gecko on board. You know, they've got a Cypher for information, and hopefully they can keep this momentum up if you're in the camp of Teddy Tactics. But yeah, you had a great call out there. You know, Teddy Tactics taking the space and then retreating, and they're being a little slow right now on the rotates. You know, I'd like to see them either continue, go forward, and actually start flanking, start going through, look for the fight, or, you know, do your rotates earlier. Like, start rotating with your team. Don't just give the space for free, because like you said, they're really retreating back a lot.
Right there.
No, I mean, I think it's also, we have to talk about how Cafe Coke is reacting to what Teddy Tactic is doing and being able to really adjust to that momentum. Like, instead of this time giving up that A main, they're deciding, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take that space, and they're going forth with it. They consistently, though, Teddy Tactic needs to remember that Calvrix is always lurking. So you always have to adjust to that. And I think that's the hard part for Teddy Tactic so far. And they are paying for it deadly here. They give up elbow, and now they're stuck in a situation where they're getting sandwiched. Numbers are dwindling, and now they just have to play on this two-man or two-player retake and make that one as this trade goes down.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, Calvrix is a menace in their backlines, and Teddy Tactics is kind of always worried about it, always concerned about it. You know, from map 1 and now on to map 2, they're hesitating on these rotates, hesitating on whether or not moving around the map is safe right now because of Calvrix. And yeah, I like that switch up from Cafe Coke. taking the A fight straight to them and winning it out.
The real question here, KP, is are we gonna see another Thrasher coming out of Kate before this happens? What do you think?
I think so. I'd put money on that. I'd go to the casino on those odds. Definitely going to see this Rolling Thunder from Coz. I'm curious to see if this is just going to be a straight up B hit with this Rolling Thunder. Not overcomplicate this. Just take the round straight to them, use the ultimate, and get that 8th round on the board. And it's looking likely, stomping through these B main halls, not caring about the noise they're making.
Grenade!
Yeah, they're definitely feeling it. Flash stops
Oh,
though,
the knife.
and Venus through the smoke able to get the spike carrier as well as stopping the Gecko from even getting another point onto the board. I think they still get the point because they got eliminated. So hey, we are gonna see another Thrasher for anyone who was betting there.
Yeah, and that KO knife from Arya is absolutely massive. Shutting down 4 people right there. Not only getting the info, but I think she got it just in time to stop the hit.
Oh, and this is gonna be great also because the Rolling Thunder doesn't find any value in that. It clears out market, but there was already no one there. Eventually, they are going to rely on Arya to remain onto the site chip. Just a classic in hand. We're trying to right click, eventually picks up this weapon and trying to do some more damage going forth. Calvrix is very low, trying to eliminate them through the smoke, but it's down to Oranges making their way onto the site. Both players of Cafe Coke playing for the backside. I believe there's still a blind in the hands of Coz here. So they may want to play off of that. Yep, there's that blind. Oranges, 360. Don't worry, I can dodge the blind. 20 health in a dream. They're actually both low. It's gonna be a Cypher diff. Which one is going to be the best one at this moment? And it's gonna be Oranges keeping the dream alive for Teddy Tactics.
Oh my god, what a round to get for Teddy Tactics. After it seemed like everything was going their way, Cafe Coke still managed to just hit their shots and put themselves in a winnable situation. And Oranges giving Teddy Tactics that 4th round, and maybe even they can cycle that into a 5th here, giving them a solid half to make a comeback here on Sunset offense. I was really, really worried after seeing the start of that round. Teddy Tactics got the pick. The Rolling Thunder Breach ult did not hit anyone, and yet still Cafe Coke was almost winning that round. Teddy Tactics needs to clean up these rounds more decisively, group when they're in the man up situations, and not give up one kill, single individual picks to Cafe Coke.
Yeah. Although Coke right now, it looks like Cafe Coke looking to re-hit that B site, and they have found success there time and time again, especially with being how aggressive Teddy Tactic likes to play that B main angle. Whether they have Venus or whether they have, I believe, Chip, kind of peeking that just to gather that information. So they need to be really, really careful if that's going to be the case here.
Yeah, super careful. I mean, that breach fault line into Gecko ult from Kate could be deadly, and just like you called it, I mean, they're heading towards B here. We could definitely see someone get caught off guard, but this time Chip is towards the A site, and it's Venus who's going to be close up B main.
Oh, I'm nervous.
Oh yeah! Monster on
Okay,
This is
at
scary.
least- yeah, this smoke gathers that information. Okay, Venus is like, I'm out.
Oh!
Oh, no,
They
gets
got her.
wild! It's okay, though. Arya holds Venus for the time remaining for the Gecko. Blind goes straight into their eyes. Arya still creating chaos onto this entry point. Not wanting to give it up. But, oh my, KP, look at Calvrix.
They're aware.
Cage triggered.
They are
Oh my
so
god, the
deep.
dink.
Calvrix still remaining alive. Oh, finally Cal Sushi puts the fire out. Says, no, not this time. You've done it to us plenty before. But we're going to continue to fight. And things are looking mighty fine here for Teddy Tactic to make this a 7-5. But still, you can never count Cafe Coke. We've seen them clutch these out.
Yeah, Cafe Coke, this is still scary. Kate still has the Thrasher to go again. But Teddy Tactics grouping here, playing disciplined, they're strength in numbers, and this is a good approach for them. You know, they know Arya's low. Chip
30
also
seconds left.
dinked up. So they need to keep their number advantage. They need to play discipline and just wait for the plant to come in. I think this is a totally okay play from them, and Cafe Coke might walk right into it as well.
Last player standing.
Yep.
Spike down B.
Oh, okay. We're still
10
they're
seconds
still trying
left.
to fight for this. It's only 10 seconds. They gotta commit to that plant, and Cal Sushi is gonna get there in
Spike
time.
planted.
Oh, yep. Okay. Fair enough. Got it. Very, very nice. I think Teddy Tactic did exactly what you asked of them there prior. You said you gotta play it together, you gotta keep the numbers up, and you gotta make sure that you don't get overly zealous. And that's how they got this one. Now, swapping into attack, we have that difference of the KO and the breach. Do you think that's going to make any sort of difference whatsoever going into this other half?
Yeah, 100%. I think Arya can shut down a lot of this early A main control with the KO knife. Even early B main fights, that KO knife, you know, unbreakable against the wall. It's really going to shut down a lot of trap plays that Cafe Coke might be looking to do on the breach. Now, I'm curious if Cafe Coke will give initial space and fight back into it, respect the breach, or if they're just going to straight up try and fight through it. And so far at the B main position, it looks like they're just going to straight up fight through it. But Teddy Tactics not even there, posturing towards this A site, and I think we're going to see an all-out slam here onto A.
Okay, let's see it. I'm excited. I mean, Teddy Tactics, they're still fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, that was a great last couple rounds from them. I was really liking how Arya stepped up in that last round, covering Venus after she got detained from the Gecko ult. Looks like they're fighting more together. You know, Cal shooting some bodies, getting hyped up. It definitely looks like they're warm and active now.
I mean, you can even see it the way they're just jogging it up onto this A site. They do
They found my wire.
use some utility to get themselves onto the site, but we do know that the Gecko Flash
Spike planted.
was used prior, so still some time to be made here by Cafe Coke. Orange, taking a page out of Calvric's book, says, hey, surprise, I'm here, just like you were. But the shots not quite connecting, so they were a little bit more warning shots, if that. Now we see our good old wingman getting themselves onto the site, trying to retake together, but it's the crossfire that's helping out Teddy Tactics so far remain on to numbers.
Huge round for Teddy Tactics to pick up. And we saw a little Cypher v Cypher action going on in Tiles, a little Anakin versus Obi-Wan going on there. You know, Calvrix not able to get the pick on the Oranges, and Oranges stalling so much time from Calvrix grouping with the team. Chip in a great position, disrupting the post plant from that ledge. Definitely excited for this half. We got a battle on our hands.
We do. It's wonderful to see just kind of the change of momentum from map number 1. And I also have to say, I love the Star Wars reference you just did there. May the 4th be with you.
Had to get it in.
I
I'm
wish
curious.
I had, I said it earlier, but I wish I had more Star Wars merch. Or maybe more Star Wars food.
Go get him.
You think food in the galaxy would be good?
Yeah.
Like on Tatooine?
Yeah.
They probably have some bangers.
They probably have a lot of seafood.
True.
I'm a huge seafood. Anyways, let's get back into this game. Just a little side chit-chat for all of you Star Wars fans as Teddy Tactic tries to continue to remain here. I do love the fact that they are creating more of a sandwich effect. That's something that I don't think we saw a lot of Cafe Coke do.
No, yeah. Teddy Tactics, this is a great crunch from them. I'd love to see this once again on their next gun round. Really just using all the util they need to make sure they don't lose any bodies against these pistols. You know, giving them the respect, but also just choosing to go with their util. Going with the Omen Blind, going with the Gecko Flash. Not just wasting those important pieces of util for free.
Well, okay, in return, Cafe Coke says, okay, we can also sandwich on the retake, and that's what they're trying to do. Orange gets just caught out a smidge there with the help of Arya, throws in a blind, but there was not much that could be done onto this B main.
Remaining.
On this market, though, things are glowing, things are okay so far as the spike is ticking down to just a window, and Cal Sushi manages to get the last remaining. And now we have an even match on our hands.
Yeah, that 3K from Cal Sushi is going to be crucial too. Only 2 off the Gecko ult. Very, very similar to how Cafe Coke started their half. getting that Gecko ult going on the first gun round. This is going to be, I'm presuming, a bonus here. Yeah, as we see most of the members of Teddy Tactics staying above that 2,000 credits mark, choosing to just go for double Sheriffs, a Vandal, and 2 Bulldogs. So I'm really curious if they can either A, get those ultimates online for next round, or B, try and get some frags here onto Cafe Coke and really do some economic damage.
A lot of utility invested onto this B, but look how much space is gathered onto the A. So although we are already starting to see like the 2 different playstyles on this attack from either one team, Teddy Tactics is like, yeah, we're gonna use up a lot of utility so that you can get baited out and think we're gonna hit this site, but instead we are sending 2 of our players to take up that space onto the site with the spike. And so far, they have been rewarded. They're able to take on the site, and they still have their 5 players remaining healthy and alive.
And it's an exact parallel to what Cafe Coke did in their first gun round. 5-on-5, retake A, post-plant A situation. So let's see how this goes down. Teddy Tactics low on util.
Really aggressive on the CT, though. Perfect blind. You talked about the first map being like really good communication from Kate and Calvrix and the rest of the squad, but this time I feel like Teddy Tactic, they found their own communication. That blind was so crucial to that CT being maintained in their favor, and now they just are able to gather some more weapons for their squad and even upgrade at that for free.
Oh yeah, and you gotta be feeling good if you're a Teddy Tactics player right now. I mean, just a flawless round on your bonus too. Getting the Gecko. Oh, excuse me, Orange is getting picked off there right at the end. Little bit of a caster's curse right there, but yeah, just really clean round. And as you mentioned, that Gecko flash right after the breach stun from Koz, catching them completely off guard with the arms out on the breach. Funny situation, cleaning up that round, and this is turning into a match. This is very exciting. We got both Gecko ults online. Curious to see if Cafe Coke invests it though, knowing they're on a low buy.
We have to continue to keep up with how many Gecko ults go out this round for, I believe it's Cow Sushi on the Gecko. Because last time we had Kate do 3 on the attack, so we want to see if they can match that. But a little bit of a meetup over onto this A site. Some blood was shed. 1 for 1 at that.
Coincidentally, both raises too.
Oh, that's funny.
So there's going to be no entry for Teddy Tactics right here.
I mean, you still have your Gecko to rely on, at least for the flashes. Get you in there, and just a smidge. And they're running away into this A site where just Zoe is the last remaining. They are going to just wait for the rest of the squad to come on through, but we do see that late rotation happening from Arya, just kind of staying behind. Gecko ult, allowing for there to be a stun onto Cow Sushi, who's just like, guys, I'm kind of, hello, help, can someone? And the squad's there, you see. You have your teammates backing you up just in case a peek comes through. It's going to be a 1 for 1. Calvrix able to connect twice there. And the rest of the squad clean up. Cafe Coke, they found an answer. They have just managed to make this a tie-up.
They did find an answer, and I think that was totally worth it to invest the Gecko. A little bit of an awkward post plant there from Teddy Tactics, maybe giving a bit too much ground, but I'm still really liking how they're starting these rounds. It looks like they found their stride, and we're seeing a more confident Teddy Tactics come in. I'm curious to see, do you think Cafe Coke starts to switch anything up? Because again, it's at the start of that round, they were still man down. They were still not in a good position at the start.
I think for the most part, Cafe Coke is really comfortable with their retakes. We saw it a lot on Icebox. They're okay with it, but sometimes when you just send it, like we're seeing Venus do. Venus was blinded. Excuse me? I don't know how. How did that happen? No answer to that. Just a pure fact that that's practiced. That's your aim routine right there. So now Teddy Tactics, they have the options. Every door is open for them. Do they want to re-hit? Do they want to rotate? They get to pick on that.
Yeah, and they're choosing to go away from the A site where they got the 2 picks, and this is a great call, you know, pulling all of Cafe Coke over to reclear that space, and they're gonna have a free bomb site here. This is gonna be a 5-on-3. Rough retake as well. Venus has that Raise Rocket online as well now. So this is looking like a Teddy Tactics round.
Can they hold it though? Every time we're like, yeah, Teddy Tactics, they're gonna do it. You still have to remember that Cafe Coke, they're okay with having off numbers. They're okay with being down a player or 2.
Spike planted.
Can they do it this time? We see full utility in the hands of Inui. Calvrix gathering the attention of Teddy Tactic over onto this A main. You can hear them stomping, so that must have been communicated. Look how much space Inui has gathered onto this A site. A smoke to cut them off. And Gecko is on the defuse. I can't tell if they have Wingman on it, but still they are aggressing onto the site. No, it's not. It's actually Gecko actually onto that ultimate. Venus needs to expand onto that showstopper. Finds no home. Instead needs to take this 1v1. And does indeed manage to isolate them.
Holy, Venus coming up big, just barely getting that clutch in the 1v2, and God, Calvrix pulling the whole squad to their attention just by breaking that Cypher trip. Teddy Tactics, that's 2 rounds in a row now. We're seeing an absolute dicey post plant even when they get the site for free. They need to clean up these post plants now if they want to continue this momentum and clean up this game, because this is looking very, very scary, and Cafe Coke's looking strong on the retake.
There.
Ooh, they're doing a little bit more of a mid play here. This is something that we haven't seen Cafe Coke do. I mean, we didn't get to see a lot of this defense for Cafe Coke.
I know exactly.
But I mean, if it looks anything like this, maybe we stick to staying back a little bit more. I mean, you did have the weapon disadvantage, so okay, fair Cafe Coke. But I like the attempt of taking this mid space.
Yeah, I like the attempt too. But again, I said it on map 1, and I'll say it again here. This is very, very typical especially in the GC scene right now. You know, there's a meme about the whole GC dig, because everyone's nutty. Everyone is nutty with sheriffs, and it's just something so typical you see from GC teams that it's very hard to catch people off guard. When you're on an eco, when you're on the half buy with half armor sheriffs or just sheriffs, everyone's expecting the aggression. And you can see Teddy Tactics was playing for it perfectly. They had 4 people at the top mid position just waiting for Cafe Coke to walk right into them. And, you know, if you asked myself or any other GC player, it's something we're all ready for, because it just seems like a trend that every time you're on a low buy, you're just going aggressive, right? And I'd like Cafe Coke to hit the brakes a little bit, take a deep breath, realize that every time they've stuck together and just retake, like committed to those heavy retakes with their bodies, they've actually been in great, almost round-winning positions. So, and here it is. Here's the timeout. I'm expecting that's exactly what they're going to talk about. Like, yo, guys, like, let's take a deep breath. Let's chill out. Let's trust our retakes, because that's what's, you know, winning us rounds right now.
Yeah, we do see that they have 2 ultimates also in their back pockets. I didn't get to see exactly which ones. But how do you adapt? I mean, this is the first time that Teddy Tactics has been able to get the lead. So how do you stop them, aside from taking this break, to stop their momentum and kind of set yourself up for success in the future?
I think something that could be big for Cafe Coke is having more flood setups. So Teddy Tactics is putting the spike down with kind of little to no pressure. That Gecko Wingman is able to put it down. They're able to get set up in these post-plant situations, and there's not a lot of pressure. So if I'm Cafe Coke, if I'm the coach or the players, I'm talking about, hey, they're getting onto site for free. How about when they start tapping the spike, when Wingman's planting, that's when we go. Like, don't wait. Let's dump util on them, make them forced to make quick decisions, right? Because when people are forced to make hasty decisions, that's when mistakes happen. And I think that's what Cafe Coke can capitalize on right now.
Well, I mean, I certainly make lots of terrible choices when I'm in a hurry. I'm like, should I not put creamer in my coffee because I gotta go? Or should I just have my coffee black?
I'm the
most of
same
the
way. I'm
time,
always forgetting something when I'm in a rush.
most of the time I'm like, I guess I'll have it black, and then on the road I'm like, oh, this tastes so terrible. No offense to anyone who likes their coffee black. But hey, this B site is gonna be once again the choice, and these nades are able to eliminate the Cypher trips. Venus also, I feel like after that first match, has been hitting every single shot. They have gained their confidence, they have gained the space time after time, and this B site is going to be in control of Teddy Tactic. I believe a resurrection. No, actually, you talked about going quick. Gotta retake the site quickly, and it's gonna be with the Rolling Thunder that they are able to get themselves back onto the site. Although this A main hold is working wonders for Orange. Eventually, though, does go down. Cal Sushi throws in a blind, but hey, a blind for a blind here. If at that, a fake tap onto the spike, but Cal Sushi knows there is always a fake onto that. Now, Koz needs to hurry. I mean, there's so much time that you can bait off. You have to hold it at least half, and indeed is going to stick it. Moves just a tad bit, but moves exactly into Cal Sushi's crosshair.
Amazing util usage from Cal in the one-on-one there. That was absolutely perfect. And yeah, it's like you said, Cafe Coke, they flooded right there. It was looking great for them, but Teddy Tactics just able to hit their shots and win out those duels in the late round. And Venus really opening it up, Cal closing it out. I'm just very, very excited, and I'm hoping we get a map 3 here, because they're looking on fire now.
It's a completely different team. The communication, the way that they're taking up the map space, even like their sheer firepower just seems different. Like I said before, they did play against a team. Wait, we're just gonna, why not? Let's fight it out mid. Let's go. And you talked about it. Teddy Tactics is already prepared for that. It's something that is known, tried and true. If they are down on weaponry, they're gonna run it down. And so far, Cafe Coke did manage to get one though. Can they get more? Can they continue? Oh, that's a perfect blind. Cage relying on the wingmen to kind of allow them to stay alive for the time being, but that didn't do him justice. Coke gets one, gets a second. Okay, makes this a 2v2 as the dust settles, but still, weapon disadvantage is in the hands of Cafe Coke. They need to have the perfect shot. They need to get a headshot in order to remain with the numbers.
Yeah, and the positioning, I mean, we're going around the world here for Teddy Tactics, and Calvrix is on the other side of this. They're just missing each other yet again. The timings in this series have been very interesting to see play out. Looks like they're gonna commit to their retake again here. And with these weapons, you know, it's gonna be very tough for them to win this out.
I got you.
In the process, though, they could pick up one or two. So this might just be an even matchup. None of them are hurt. I can see that Cal Sushi does have the Thrasher, which
she's about to send it out.
Yeah, we're thinking about it. Do we want to send it? Do we not? And it's a commitment. Committing at that one gets stunned.
Amazing ult.
And all you have is Orange coming down and a knife. Oh, okay, Orange. All right, fair. That's the only way to eliminate someone if they're stunned.
Now that's messed up, Cal. I'm definitely letting my teammate knife if they're Gecko detained, but Cal securing the frag. They did commit the Gecko, and that's the second Gecko from Cal, but you know, even though Kate was able to get 3 off in the first half, Cal making a lot more usage of the Gecko, getting 2 detained so far, and now Venus has another Raise Rocket online, and I think they're looking to slam A. They want to close out this game. All 5 members of Teddy Tactics right here outside the A barrier.
If it's working, you gotta do it. Showstopper, the party has got here. Okay, Kate, how are you still alive? We need to check the Showstopper. I feel like Showstopper's RNG's a little scuffed sometimes. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna give that over to Venus. Just 1 for 1. And you talked about a quick retake in Cafe Coke. They're thinking about it. They want to. They're positioning for it. Spike already down. Fault line not quite connecting. And Orange just hitting that W key in order to pat the stats here. Players though onto the site. Calvrix finds the flank. invest the neural theft. One holding on to the spike. It's going to be held. Cafe Coke, they're continuing to hold on to the hope. And another round is going to be added on to this one.
Another round indeed. Cafe Coke just sticking the spike amidst the chaos. I really like the plays. I think we've seen both teams try and do that now. Just stick the spike in the middle of the retake, and it just adds to the chaos of everything going on. And they're still able to buy into this round, and Kate has another Gecko. Again, I believe that's number 5 in this map for Kate. So I'm curious to see, are we going to see a set play with this Gecko? Maybe try and get the pick in mid here and then get out? It's looking likely.
That's a very aggressive satchel. Oh my, okay. Anui says, I'm just gonna go. I need to get one. A trade-off though, a 1-for-1. Kate's still very aggressive onto mid with the help of Ko, who's searching about for Venus. And the mid play finally paying forward for Cafe Coke. I mean, this is the 3rd time that we see them try to take that mid space, and it hasn't been rewarded before. This time though, they managed to do so. Neural theft invested for Oranges just to find out where are these 3 remaining players. They're trying to close this out, like you said.
Yeah, Orange is getting really aggressive here in the post, all the way to top mid. What a shot onto Zoe. And that gives them a huge advantage in this.
Okay, tosses out the Thrasher. Finds one, but not a lot of hope onto that. Oh, that's a good denial of defuse over there. Cow Sushi and the trade-off, and Teddy Tactics just on utility and on, I mean, really the switch up of their gameplay throughout the first one. It's like a polar opposites of what they were on Icebox.
100%, yeah. It looks like Teddy Tactics took a page out of Cafe's book on that offense sunset and really just started doing what they were doing, pulling them around the map and then hitting them with these explosive hits every time they had ultimates. It was overwhelming. It's so hard to deal with from Cafe Coke, especially when Venus is on fire on that raise, getting the first pick again and again and again. You pointed it out, even that round full blind, getting the 2K and elbow, just massive plays from them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Venus, if you're a Teddy Tactic fan and a Venus fan as well, you're on cloud 9 at this point. You're like, I'm happy if we can continue to do this. This was, again, the map choice of, I think we had a swap. So the first one was Teddy Tactic. Now this one was the pick of Cafe Coke. So if you beat them on their map choice, you're like, okay, we were just messing around the first one. Now we're really up to business. Can they continue to keep on with this momentum, or is Cafe Coke gonna swing back the momentum and take it in their favor? That's gonna be the real question, but we're gonna answer it after this break, so don't go anywhere. Go grab some water. my goodness. We hope you grabbed some water. Also, we hope you opened up your window because it's getting hot in here. We went 1 for 1, KP. Number 1, Cafe Coke. They were like, yo, we're here to show up. We're here to put our names on that board and represent our squad. But then Teddy Tactic was like, no, we also have been here a while and we're going to teach you a lesson or two. What do you think kind of changed up there for Teddy Tactics on that second map?
I think the big change was Venus going from Jet to Raze, able to find those entries, able to get in their face a lot easier. Also, Arya having big impact on the KO knives, like shutting down multiple hits, the timing of those knives, and also the timing of their util. Like you mentioned in that one round where the Gecko Flash went off and got 3 people on the retake. It just seemed like the communication was way more on point than map 1. They were giving less gaps, they were being more proactive and not letting the gameplay just happen. They were the ones in control, especially on their offense.
So in other words, they turned on their monitor. Got it. I'm just kidding. That could have possibly been the case though. Hey, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing at home. But we are going to be going into map number 3, which is everyone's favorite map. Can you guess it, KP?
Oh god, yeah. Ascent. The number 1 GC map. You always see this come through in BO3s. I swear, it's there every time. It can be your best friend or your worst nightmare. You know, me personally, I don't like Ascent. I don't vibe with it, but I know a lot of players just love this map for its simplicity, the design of it, the maps, even the comps. So I'm curious to see, do you think either of these teams have something cooked up for a different comp, or are we going to see kind of the meta comp come out once again?
So as of recently, I can't, like, at least from this past tournament, I can't see Teddy Tactics really playing this map as much. The last time they played it was like back in February, it looks like. Wait, am I correct? I'm sorry, I got my numbers flip-flopped. Oh, April 2nd, so Game Changers. And they just played it once. And I mean, they did pretty well, but it doesn't seem like it's a map that they have continuously played, at least of recent. So I'm wondering if that's because they're not too comfortable with it, or because they just haven't really found a team composition that they're comfortable with. I mean, leaving it to be the last map remaining, it's kind of like, maybe they're not so comfortable with it. For the side of Cafe Coke, they've also not played it as much. They just played it in the Game Changers as well, and it seems like they did okay. They did play against a really tough opponent, which was FlyQuest Red. So I don't know. I think this is going to be a toss-up. This is a hard position to be in if you're either one of these teams, because it seems like this is not your choice. You're not the most comfortable with. So I'm excited. This makes it even more exciting.
Yeah, 100%. Like you mentioned, definitely hard to get information on Cafe Coke, as they did play FlyQuest Red, and that's another beast altogether on this map. So I'm curious to see. An interesting result I see from prior matchups is back in January, Teddy Tactics went 11-13 against Passion Projects on Ascent using an Astra and Breach Raze comp. So I'd be very, very interested to see, do they pull that out? Because it looks like that comp was getting them better results than the standard meta comp. But who knows? Like you said, toss up here. I don't know what to expect, and that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long time ago, and also I feel like Astra since then has gotten a few changes. I feel like just controllers in general have gotten a few changes overall. I mean, just from your past experience, what are the controllers for Ascent nowadays?
It's pretty much Omen. I mean, you do see Astra sometimes, depending on someone's playstyle. For example, like Benita, like really loved Astra, just like the more lurk style play, the suck and stun. You're able to help your team a little bit more, but the Omen is crucial for locking down sites. That Omen blind from Dice to A main, through A main, through B main. It's just such a good piece of util to stop hits.
Yeah, well, we do have agent select, so we don't have to put any more hypotheticals out there. Let's see what they're actually bringing into this mix.
It's looking like so far everyone's hovering the standard agents, or is locked in the standard agents. We'll probably be seeing Ko's hover or lock in that KO soon enough. So nothing crazy here.
Yeah,
And you know what? A mirror matchup to close out this series is honestly perfect. Like, I couldn't think of a better way to determine, which team from these two is going to be moving forward in this series.
You mentioned previously how you liked, and it could just be based on the map that we were going to, but like Venus on the Rays. Now they're going back onto the Jet. Do you think it's gonna be a little bit hard of a transition going from that Rays kind of momentum rhythm to now going back to the Jet rhythm, or is it basically the same?
That's a pretty good question. I personally think that it's very different. Like I myself, like I enjoy playing Jet. I was doing it recently on a map, and I think Raze is a lot different. I think some people are naturally just more talented with like the double satchels and like the nades on Raze using the util, and Jet is more like dependent on flicky aim, the knives, the updrafts. So it's going to be a little bit of a mix up. I'm curious to see if she can snowball that momentum into this map, but we might see, an adjustment, a slower start from Teddy Tactics, unless she can get online early.
Ooh. Well, I mean, just from statistics, it does seem like Venus tends to play a lot more Jet than the Rays. So let's hope that just that overall experience of being on the Jet does come through. But of course, Anui, I feel like has been really consistent all throughout whichever agent they've been on, nonetheless. Because in the first map, they were on the Jet, and then going forth into that second, they also swapped over to the Race. I can't recall. I wish I had the scoreboard of what it was for them, but I think that they were pretty consistent nonetheless. So it's the battle of the Jets. Can they really outdo each other? In a mirror matchup like this, how do you proceed? Do you think that they're gonna have like the same attacks, maybe the same strats, or how do you counter it as well?
It could be vastly different. I'm expecting a lot of similar things to happen across the map, but I think the way to counter it is to rely on fundamentals. Like in a mirror match like this, you don't all the time need like crazy plays or the best strategies. I think a lot of the time the better team in a mirror match will come out on top just due to fundamentals, and that's kind of exactly what we saw in map 1. Icebox was a mirror matchup, and I think Cafe Coke fundamentally was playing it a lot better in terms of defaulting, knowing when to go for a pick, when to go for a fight, and when to discipline and chill and play together as a group. So I'm thinking Cafe Coke's going to be more in their comfort zone here, and there's not going to be a lot of those different things they're not used to, maybe with the Gecko and the KO like we saw on Sunset from Teddy Tactics.
Well, map number 3. Who will be victorious as Teddy Tactics and Cafe Coke? They fight it out. They want to get into that top 12. They want to make sure, quarterfinals. The quarterfinals. Want to get onto that quarterfinals. They want to continue to go forth. And Venus, very aggressive first movement.
Going straight for it into tiles there. I like the play. It gets shut down, and I hope that doesn't stop Venus from going for more in the future, I think it was a good idea, and unfortunately Cafe Coke was just ready for it.
Oh, are they going to be ready for this crossfire, though? First it was first point of contact. Now it's this crossfire. Arya gets one. Right click, and there is Cow Sushi clearing out the next. A dark cover to help Arya get out. But a 2v1 makes it that much more difficult. Calvrix, only 12 health and a dream. And also, we do have a player from Teddy Tactic really low on health. Orange gets caught out. And Zoe remains onto this B site. Gets a pick. It's just down left to 1. Who will get out alive. Kalsushi just skips on through. Zoe remaining, trying to hunt. There's only 2 possible ways that it could go. Oh, how did Kalsushi not end up getting that one? I have no idea.
Oh my god, and everyone on Cafe Coke, like in the red, maybe 1 or 2 bullets from death. Zoe with a great play there. And what an interesting round. I mean, we just saw a lot of back and forth, a lot of 1-for-1 trades before Zoe made that play. Really stepping up for the squad, getting the pistol on board with a 3K. So early momentum here for Cafe Coke. They're on the bye. Let's see what Teddy Tactics goes for.
So far, it feels like the aggression from the prior map was like, okay, we can do the same aggression here. But it was quickly shut down, so we're seeing a little bit more of a slow pace.
Yeah, shut down, and honestly, it looked like Cafe Coke was not stressing about it either.
I know he knows. I don't know how, but they know. And it's gonna be a collateral there. Quick and easy, getting themselves the A site. Oh, the patience. Let me just drone out for you, just in case. But they didn't check the generator. Arya, being a menace, just staying alive for the time being, pops a flash. Oranges trying to find some pick as well, and the sheriff on the hands of Kalsushi, not able to find much after that.
Good cleanup from Cafe Coke. They're gonna have a big bonus round here, only losing 1 member, and I'm a little worried early on for Teddy Tactics. It's again, like I mentioned, you know, on the other maps, I feel like the aggression, it's okay, it's warranted, we want that, but Ascent is very different. This is a very CS style map. We want to focus on holding the bomb sites, playing our lives, really making the offenders do all the work to get into sight and win the round. And you know, giving the lives away early on the side of Teddy Tactics is not a good sign so far.
Conditioning on the A main smoke, causing 0 fear on Cafe Coke. We do see that Calvrix did take a little bit of damage on that B site. Oh my, Anui takes up so much space in tree, dashes onto site, catches 2! But the trade-off is there. Pose trying to create some more chaos, but it's gonna be Chip who gets the 3K from the site, gets their hands on the spike. And it's down to Calvrix, who is lurking about this B site. Only 4 health and a dream.
Recalling my bot.
Chip may have just saved that round, but I don't want to speak too soon as both the players on Teddy Tactics are low.
Here.
And so is Calvrix. You know, this round could be decided in just a matter of a few bullets. Giving away the position. They know Calvrix is coming from heaven now, and they have Spike in their possession.
30 seconds left.
If you're Calvrix, you're hoping that your chicken does most of the work here. Oh, okay.
It's not able to for Calvrix. Definitely would have been fun to see the chicken get a 2K right there.
Would you agree that the chicken is a 6-man?
100%, yeah. Chicken can go big for you sometimes, especially in those late round, low HP scenarios. Still, not a bad bonus, though, for Cafe Coke, as they were able to kill 3. Chip and Cal had to rebuy armor as well. You know, they're in dire straits. If they do drop this round, Cafe Coke is going to be able to snowball a ton of momentum for the economy.
Scanning ahead.
It wouldn't be an Ascent map if we didn't have a Soba with an Odin. I think that would be definitely another world, another dimension. Venus, though, very aggressive, waiting for the peak. Pop flash super high. The dash into safety. Throws in a cloud to remain in the corner. Oh my, Venus. Why are you still fighting this angle is the question. And we finally, after so much time being invested there, gets rid of Venus. And now the spike is back in their hands. And we saw this before on Icebox. They do the damage. They get the attention of Teddy Tactic, and then they rotate over onto the A site. Though, the utility of Oranges is going to make it that much harder to get themselves onto the site. The delay with Molly's and the movement bot after that will hopefully held them off the site. A dash, a flash, and like you asked for before here, KP, Teddy Tactics
What
not
the-
waiting for anything.
Down A.
They're gonna stop them from taking on the site
enemy
completely.
What?
Aria with a classic, able to get a 4K. Can they give them the ace? Oh, come on, Cal. We wanted the ace.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so that round in my head, I'm thinking 100% Cafe Coke has this. They're playing textbook Valorant gameplay. They get the pick early B, they're coming back over towards A, and then Arya out of nowhere just cuts down 4 people from heaven, saves the round for Teddy Tactics, and this is now looking rough for Cafe Coke. Back on the Sheriff half by. Yes, they're close to K-Jewel. Yes, they have the knives. But the question is, are they going to be able to get anything done with it? Arya could pop KO and completely disable this hit coming up. And there it is. Knives are gone right now.
Oh. But we did also see Venus have the operator in hand, and you can tell that they're still kind of like, maybe they rotate off of this. Cafe Coke, though, not thinking about it. They're gonna hit onto the site. They put out the KJ turret that's eliminated so quickly. And now, just slowly retreat.
Just resetting here. Looking like they might go back up cat, leave Calrix insert in A main, and still hit towards this A site. Curious to see if Arya is going to have her next KO knife back online to stop this hit. It's thrown a little too early, though.
Oh, also for a second, Arya was looking the wrong way, which made me super nervous, but still Arya remains holding Cal with the Odin.
Oh
It's
my
just
God.
different.
Holding mouse 1, Cal not stopping, just mowing down for the 3K. Now I'm curious to see, we saw on the first gun round, Venus overstaying her welcome a little bit too long in B main. She's towards this bottom mid barrier right now, and I think if she wants to stay in these aggro positions, you know, and look for these picks, she needs a teammate to help her out. That's what she was missing on that B main fight, and she has Arya with her right now, so it's looking like they're making an adjustment to not let Venus get picked off early.
Flashpoint. Detects at least one. Oh, we gathered some information over onto that B main. How Sushi saw at least one player. Now Venus in a tough position. Every one of Cafe Coke's players are hunting for Venus. Know that the operator is in play, but it's gonna be the Hunter's Fury who gathers 3, or at least assist on those eliminations. The spike now in the hands of Teddy Tactic, who are literally big chillin'. Oh,
Huge
my.
chillin', and Cal even adding insult to injury right there. Odin spamming the body of Calrix down. And now it's just Zoe. And what does she do in this position? We've got all 4 members of Teddy Tactics huddled around the spike, not moving.
30 seconds left.
Zoe's like, guys, what happened? What's going on here? Whoa.
Whoa.
I mean, we're gonna go for a big play here. Using our From the Shadows to gather the spike, get ourselves onto the site. I mean, so little time. Was it even worth it, KP?
No, definitely not. And if I'm Cafe Coke right now, I'm calling a timeout exactly. And there it is. Like, you can tell something is going on internally in the momentum, and it's shifted. It's on Teddy Tactics' side. And on the other hand, something I want to point out is what I mentioned in the pregame. You know, we're seeing a little bit of that slow start for Venus, that awkwardness of switching from Raze, you know, having a superstar MVP map on the Raze, switching back to the Jet. You know, 2 rounds in a row now, she's gotten picked off early. Thankfully, her team has her back. You know, it's able to clean up the round, but I'm curious to see, like, does she start committing to more passive angles? Because she's been punished twice now for sticking around too long.
Yeah, on the flip side, how do you think that we are seeing Inui do on the Jet?
I think Anui's doing pretty good so far. It's just some of these mid-round fights that they're getting picked apart or they're getting out-utiled. But she did have that big 2K opener on their first gun round, and before Chip was able to save the round with that 4K. So I think if they can get Anui into good positions, get her a Vandal in her hands, and get her back to entering, on top of a KO flash and a dart, I think she'll be in a great spot to get some more frags for her squad.
Well, this mid playground is going to continue to be the hit here for the Cafe Coke. Now, I think this is the first time that we see this KJ set up on this B site, correct me if I'm wrong?
I believe this setup, but I think she's been there a couple of the rounds prior.
So far, this market take has worked out for Cafe Coke. They've slithered themselves onto this B site. The spike finally getting inside, but Orange just catches Co. Just getting in. It's going to be a big moment here for Zoe. Can they gather the flank here? Can they help out their team that's remaining onto the site? They invest the lockdown to hold on to the site, but it's just going to be Oranges, who doesn't even need anything there. It was K who was just managing to stay at the back of site.
No, big thrifty, and I think it was great to commit the KJ ultimate to that on Calvrix, especially when you're in a position to win the round. Something that I think both teams need to be aware of right now is the impact that Cal is having on this Odin spam with the Sova darts. Gotta be having dart breakers out there, but you just mentioned Anui, and she's able to open up that round with a Spectre onto the player backside. So huge pick for her, giving the squad some momentum, and now they've got a full buy heading into it, and KO'd on top of that.
See ya.
Okay.
Never mind. KO is dead. KO's down.
Venus is like, I gotta get something here. I've been investing on this operator quite some time, and I have not got a reward. Now they do. And we're seeing Teddy Tactic be that patient team. Hold on to the numbers. Although, this is a tough situation to be in if you are Arya onto this... I'm sorry, Chip onto this wine area. Eventually getting caught out there.
But Anui's in a great lurk position.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury invested into this A main. I don't know if there's any information gathered there whatsoever, but Venus continues to hold on. And with that, the quick rotation over onto this B side. Calvrix having a lot of mid space. But do they know the position of Cal?
They seem to be aware of it. They seem to be watching for it. Venus is targeted on Calvrix right now through that
30
wall.
seconds left.
Cal just being very patient, not creeping up too high, just holding on. Oh, the Odin spam finally going array there for Cal. Now Calvrix has the upper hand. Oh, the Blaze Storm gets brought out though, and into Calvrix. The spike though finally finds its home before the time runs out, and it's gonna be a 2v2. Blade Storm still added to the mix.
Blocking sight.
It's gonna push in. They're wary about someone holding on to this B main. Both of the players of Cafe Cook are
One
on
enemy remaining.
site. Arya finds one. It's
Last
down
player
left to
standing.
just Kate, who's managed before to succeed, to win it out. But can they do it again? I think only 2 Blade Storms are left, but that's not even going to be
They
what
have
ends
time.
it there.
I think she has just enough time. Yeah, Diffuse is
yeah.
going to come through, and Venus with a massive round for Teddy Tactics. That's great to see from them.
I hate to say it, but
A hard
probably
position
best
to be
play
there
as a
if you're
team.
Kate. I mean, you're like,
So,
okay, I can
what's
do
the
this,
plan?
guys. I can hold on just a tad bit longer. And, I mean, really good on Venus to just push that through.
100%. I think Cafe Coke should be trying to get this KO used so they can potentially get another one online this round. They're going to force buy again here. We got 3 players on half armor, so not the best buy. Calvrix on a Guardian as well. Things seem to be slipping out of control for them over there.
They're having a lot of difficulty in this mid at least sustaining some mid presence and not allowing for Cafe Coke. And that's where Cafe Coke has adapted. They said, hey, they don't have anyone here. And he just dashes onto Market, finds Venus, not even worried about it. Arya also just gets caught out looking at the wrong angle, and this is how Cafe Coke was able to win out Icebox. They were able to adapt really quickly to what Teddy Tactic was doing on the defense. And so much space now gathered. They're gonna get themselves onto this A site, but I mean, Teddy Tactics is still there, and they are able
Down A.
to get the timing onto K, who is looking to plant.
Initiated.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why no one was watching Kate's cross to door there. Definitely Chip capitalizing on that and getting that pick.
Lockdown. Giving time, giving space. Coast is like, I'm gonna commit to just staying here. And they do indeed. They go down just as quickly. Zoe onto main, but look at the quick rotation happening from KJ onto Tree. They're trying to make themselves back into the site. They find one, they stop the defuse. Can they get the other one? No, it's gonna be Chip getting the crunch, getting that point on the board.
Chip's second 4K of the map so far and is aware of Calrix's sneaky tactics. You know, ready for the wrap around, and Calrix not able to get it done. Chip 11-4 right now, getting the Omen ult online again. That's big impact from your controller player. Cafe Coke's got a Blade Storm, they've got the Omen ult, but again, they're just in this spot where they're in a weird buy. A Guardian, a Phantom, the Jet Knives, maybe a couple Sheriffs as well. I'm curious to see, do they start just hitting together as a 5 unit? They've been very split on these attack-sided hits, even after Anui got the first 2 openings for them.
Yeah, that's gotta kind of make them a little frustrated. It's like, okay, I'm getting the picks, I'm getting the numbers, guys. We need to make sure that we are collapsing on that, or at least rotating together. Some information.
Looks like Teddy Tactics set up for this market trap.
Okay, Anui still being the menace onto this market. This market might as well be called Anui because they keep owning it left, right, all around. Oranges is just eating it up. Don't worry, guys. I can eat this, Molly. I've got this. Eventually does go down. And now Teddy Tactic, they're in a difficult situation. Venus still not giving up, though. Chip teleporting into this B main. Do you see the health?
There's a big lurk coming in from Cafe Coke's Omen as well. I don't think they're going to be ready for this.
I don't think so either. So, just creeping, waiting for the cross. Indy gets one. Now Chip is mindful of where the remaining players are. Goes for the fight onto Anui. Puts the smoke into the spike and tries to defuse, but it's gonna be Kate with the bolt. And I was gonna say, I kept looking at Kate's health and I was like, Kate, if someone just breathes on Kate. Nobody breathed on Kate because I could not even see their health.
No, it looked like the bar was empty. Sorry, I saw the health, but I at the same time recognized Zoe on the absolute, wraparound so far across the map. Kate just able to stay alive to stall enough time for her to make that play. And yeah, that round was something a lot better from Cafe Coke. I think they recognize they need to be more grouped on their hits, and then once they get the spike down successfully, then start doing these lurks. Excuse me, action happening. Venus going again for something we saw on Pistol, just a flash and dash into tiles, straight ripping it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just gamble stacked the wrong site. This is going to be an A take here for Cafe Coke. They just have to deal with the KJ utility. And they do so fairly quickly, but Oranges is in a very nice position. No one knows. Nobody knows where. Arya down to 4 health and a dream. But still, numbers are dwindling for Cafe Coke. They've got themselves onto the site. Can they plant the spike with just one player remaining here for Teddy Tactics Venus? Thinking about, okay, do I want to go for this, or do I really just want to save for future economy? And it looks like they will try to take on this fight.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're gonna have the economy to buy in the next round if Venus doesn't save this gun. I guess we'll see after, but she's choosing to step up to the plate.
The play of
And
fire.
Cafe Coke's giving nothing. Perfect swing off the contact of Anui, and solid round from Cafe Coke. They've really stepped back into this
Last
game.
round in the half.
Well, with the ultimates up here,
Need a drop.
I mean, we have two. We have the Hunter's Fury. We have the Blade Storm, at least for Teddy Tactic. But on the side of Cafe Coke, we have the Lockdown. Do you think they rip it? They go for just like this? I mean, I guess they're already hovering over this B main site, so I'm guessing they're looking to invest this Lockdown here.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a straight up B hits looking like, but Teddy Tactic's ready for this. So vaulting on top of it. Updrafting through the windows, but there's no kills happening across the board. How is everyone alive?
That is a question I make every time I stay alive in the game. I'm like, hey, how am I alive? What's going on here? But hey, with that, Cafe Coke, they're gonna rethink the situation. Let's see. All right, well, we know we definitely have someone onto this B main site. I like how they're taking a lot of information with that drone over onto mid. This pushes Venus back. They have to retreat and reconsider. But this re-hit already being put into play. Arya very wary that they could potentially re-hit if they wanted.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they're just going to commit straight up. They have control of B main. They have most of the information. I'm really expecting them to use this KJ ultimate before they don't get the chance to. That knife only scanning Calbrix is huge. And they're just going without the ult.
They said, nope, we don't need it. But also Venus says, okay, I'm just going to peek on through if I can stop them from aggressing onto my player on site, which is Arya, who's still alive, lurking about, swings into two of Cafe Coke's players and goes down just as quickly. It's down left to Orange. No utility in the back pocket, was literally chilling onto the safe site. Now needs to retake. Gets one, runs away. Was going right into the hands of Zoe, who eventually does manage to catch them as they run off of the site. But Cafe Coke, they're fighting tooth and nail, making this an even half.
100%. They've really come back off, especially off the back of Anui's openings, and then Zoe with some interesting lurk plays, able to just catch Teddy Tactus off guard. I think they were the spearhead of that little, comeback in the second half of the offense side. And I'm curious now what they have cooked up for defense. This is an exciting half. Both Omens on both squads are the top fraggers in the server. So definitely an Omen on Omen battle right now.
That's not something you see every day. Usually it's like, okay. But sometimes you even see the KJs being the top fraggers. I'm like, whoa, Sentinel's on top. Let's go. But you mentioned the change of momentum. Let's see how Cafe Coke decides to play this attack. We saw Venus be really aggressive. I'm sorry, Teddy Tactic be on the attack. We saw Venus be really aggressive when they were on the defense on mid. But so far, this is going to be a slower momentum. That was a great flash. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize with that. Teddy Tactic, we're wary of it, and we're ready. Although Venus tries to retreat, goes right into the hands of Cohen. The spike now is running into this A site. Without the KJ there, the utility, not a problem.
No, not a problem at all. And once again, Teddy Tactics grouping heavy in the mains on this post-plant situation. And this is just going to be really, really difficult for Cafe Coke to pull off. They have to clear all these initial angles, then get into main and get on the spike at the same time. And this time, there's no Gecko wingman to help them out. They've got to do this just dry.
The shockball information.
Whoa.
Okay, a blind also gets invested. Oh my, Ko's doing it. Ko is a one-player army, period. Eventually does go down to Chip. They're both really low. The spike has gone way too far. And although that elimination does come through, it's Teddy Tactic who ends up getting the point.
Yeah, this is something that I pointed out on Sunset that we're seeing once again from Teddy Tactics is after they put the spike down, they're choosing to mass group in the mains, whether it be A main or B main. And by leaving no one on site, Cafe Coke is able to just hold the same angle on the retake situation and get these multi-frags even in the man-down situation. Yes, Teddy Tactics won the round, but it's so scary going into these future rounds if they continue to play this way. They need to set up a better crossfire on the site and make Cafe Coke really work for it on the retakes.
Placing
We're
swamp
getting some
grenade.
lineups here. The treats incoming. Oh no! Nobody saw
You
that.
hate
Don't
to
worry,
see it.
Orange. Don't worry. Nobody saw that. Close their eyes. Everybody
You
closed
hate
their
to
eyes.
see it.
I was ready to
FNS,
copy and
all
paste that.
good.
Placing alarm bot.
Hey, even without the turret breaking, they're still keeping 3 players from Cafe Coke over on this B side of the map. So job done. Whether or not the Molly hit, as of right now, the job is done. They're heading towards this weaker side of the map, and they're looking to just capitalize on just the Omen and Jet being here with the pistols.
Oh, but it's gonna be the flash point that's like, okay, we're gonna hit this A site, and you see the crossfire happening
30
from
seconds
Inui and
left.
Zoe. Unfortunately, I don't know if that recon gave any information away, but Zoe gets caught out with utility out and gets eliminated. Cafe Coke having a really hard time right now. Although they are on less weaponry, so hey, okay, it's expected.
Yeah, definitely expected, but once again, just scary there. I mean, if Zoe had her classic out, could have definitely done some big damage. Running through an Omen smoke against the low buy is never a good thing. Luckily, though, for Teddy Tactics, it did work out for them. And so far,
Revealing
cleaning up
area.
this round pretty flawlessly.
The recon, just to make sure nobody's there, and Calvrix is like, oh guys, I thought I had a good flank.
Yeah, not today. Not today at all. Cal spotting that one out with the recon.
Alright, you're Cafe Coke here, KP, and you're like, okay, we gotta switch something out. What do we do here?
If I'm Cafe Coke, I'm definitely playing the range here. I'm looking for mid control on the first gun round. They know they're playing against a bonus on Teddy Tactics. And the anchors on site have to stall enough time against this bonus for the flood to come in. But this is looking like a fast slam from Teddy Tactics on the A, and there's only 2 members of Cafe here to stop it.
Teddy Tactics, they know where they want to go. They want to hit the site, and it's so crazy to me that they want to hit a site where KJ is hanging out at. And Calvrix is not making it any easier. Calvrix is like, alright, you want to hit my site? I'll take 2. I'll take your spike, and now I'll leave you left just 1 player. Orange just looking to see if they can get some eliminations, at least for their bonus round. But nope, Cafe Coke with the buy-up round are able to get themselves back in here.
Perfect hold from Cafe Coke. That's exactly what I wanted on their first gun round. The Omen blind to stop the initial hit, the smoke on the choke, and then just being confident to take those gunfights, knowing you're playing against the bonus, and that even if, after Calvrix got 2 and Zoe got 2, even if Zoe dies there, her whole team is already rotated because they've stalled so much time on that hit. That A bomb site is definitely going to be, strong for Cafe Coke in the rest of this half. I'm assuming Teddy Tactics is going to be aware now that the KJ is playing there with the Omen, and they're going to want to bait out something on the other part of the map before hitting into their site.
So we saw both of these teams continuously give up mid. What is like the... Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, Oranges, we're going to go for this trade-off. It's a jet off of the side of Cafe Coke.
I can't use that.
Venus still being really aggressive on mid, wanting to take up that space. And you called it. They're drawing the attention of Cafe Coke to leave a site. But although they have shifted a bit, they haven't fully left the site. Echo's still lurking about. And also, we see Calvrix popping some mollies, doing some damage. Spike eventually coming down. And it's gonna be a 3-on-4 retake.
Yeah, this is tough. I'm assuming if Cafe Coke doesn't get an opening here, they might just want to go for the save in this round. But they're going for it. They're going all out.
Blocking sight.
Turret out. One enemy remaining.
Ult ready.
Koz is able to get 2 frags here, but it's not going to matter. This round is wrapped up. Saving the Odin. But I think the better play for Cafe Coke there would have just been to save all 3 guns together.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of that desperation happening from Cafe Coke, where they can't really adapt as quickly as they usually like to. I talked about it previously on the other 2 maps, how they were just so quick to pick up what exactly Teddy Tactics was doing and being able to find some answer to it. I feel like right now they're really struggling. And I wonder, what is it?
I think you said it yourself with the desperation. I mean, we just saw it in that round with Zoe peeking out of heaven in the 4-on-4 rather than just committing to the retake with the whole team as a unit. And I think they're struggling on these early round map control scenarios. They have nothing in mid that round. They had no alarm bot. They had no bodies in market. No one M3 spotting that mid control. So Venus was able to just go all the way up market, pull the attention of both Calvrix and Zoe from A site. And even though they didn't fully bite, they were still out of position and not in great spots to actually hold A site. So I think Cafe Coke's probably talking about, hey, mid right now is entirely open. Like, we shouldn't leave it full open, like, on our defense. Like, we need some type of information, a trap play, an op, like, maybe get an op flowing, and just lock down that part of the map.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Anui bring out the operator. We saw Venus bring it out around this time. They're like, all right, op. And even though at some point I was like, okay, Venus isn't really getting that much off of the operator, it's still that possible threat in the back of your mind that's like, okay, an operator is in play. I peeked the wrong angle and I could go down. But no fear in sight here for Teddy Tactic as they continue to go with the momentum that they have acquired to get themselves onto the site essentially for free. And you see that Cafe Coke, they don't really want to fight that. But Teddy Tactic maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. They take the fight on to CT, and it's Cafe Coke who's able to gather at least just one. But KP, look where the spike is. What?
It was all a fake. It was all a fake the whole time.
And Arya remains behind like a ninja, gathers one, and then slivers back into the mist, goes back with their team, regains the numbers in their favor. And honestly, Teddy Tactic, they're making it their game. They are playing at their pace, and they look so comfortable. So much so that they're investing anything that they possibly can from the shadows now just to get a flank on the remaining Cafe Coke players. And why not? Let's throw out there that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, a little overkill from Teddy Tactics, but I like that they're just securing the round. They're using anything in their arsenal to just get that round flowing, keep the momentum up. Because look at Cafe Coke. They've got no money. Teddy Tactics knows how important that round was, and now they have no economy to get back into this round. I'm also really enjoying the calls from Teddy Tactics' side. Whoever called that round, typically, right? You have a K ult, especially on Ascent, you'll just go with it. You know, you do the you are powerless and you run in with it. But that round, deciding to fake it, everyone from Cafe Coke bought on it. And they bought on it hard. They had 5 members all in CT spawn. A site completely open, free real estate. So, good call. Really good call from Teddy Tactics right there.
I mean, I would have got baited by it as well. And I think it was such a great bait that somebody had to restart their PC. So we're hanging out here, folks. This is the first series of our round of 16, and then we're gonna be taking you to the quarterfinals. But I mean, I think KP, you kind of summed it up a little bit about how Teddy Tactics is playing. They're investing, they're making sure that the rounds are going in their favor, and they're looking mighty fine. But I want to give some hope to Cafe Coke's fans out there. What is the way that they can get back into this? And hopefully it's also with that PC restart.
So not only the PC restart, but I need to see, or Cafe Coke fans need to see the op come online, right? We need to get Anui an op in her hands. I don't know. Again, I haven't watched her before. This is my first time watching Cafe Coke. I'm not sure if she likes opping or doesn't like opping, but regardless, we need that line, right? So, like, I'd love to see. Let's Sova drone through B main. Let's put Anui on the line, deep line with an operator, and then rotate everyone else and pretty much stack mid and A with 4 bodies. And as soon as Anui takes contact, as soon as she's taking that shot and they're coming back into her, she dashes out and the team can rotate back and help her out. Right now, they don't have that op presence and they're just kind of getting pulled apart.
Well, let's see if that restart to end. Hopefully some IGLing here from KP can help them out. Although, I don't think they can hear us. But they'll rewatch this, KP, and they're going to take note of everything you just said. I can promise you that.
Here.
I hope so. I definitely hope so. I mean, either way, both teams so far are really impressing me with some of these calls. And I like that even though this is a half Sheriff buy from Cafe Coke,
Ahead.
they're not going aggressive. I might have spoken too soon as we're out bottom mid. No way!
Wait, what? Oh my. Okay, yeah. You said no aggression. They said all aggression. All the way. Let's go. But unfortunately, getting spammed through a smoke. I cry every time that happens. I know you do too, chat. So let's start praying that never happens to us ever again at this point. Teddy Tactic, they just look good. Even after that. I feel like that pause gave them even more firepower. They're just like, we're good.
They're looking dialed right now, that's for sure. And I hope, I really, really hope whether, you know, it's the players that watch this VOD back or anyone in chat is taking notes, especially if you're competing in the Game Changer scene. I said it just before on Sunset and I'll say it again. When you're playing against pistols, that low buy, you always see teams in the Game Changer scene go aggressive. You know, I spoke too soon that round and they proved me wrong. And I'd like to hone into anyone listening that you don't always have to go aggressive just because you have the pistols. You can play rounds standard. You can play a default. You can make them come into you. You know, Teddy Tactics is ready for it. They're aware this is map 3 that Cafe Coke likes going aggressive on those pistols.
Okay, trying to throw back some more damage in return for the previous round here. Wait, how did Zoe get so low on health?
I'm unsure. There must have been a molly or a fight we didn't see early on.
Shadows.
Yeah, Zoe just backs up. I can't even see their health, but they are low as can be. I guess it kind of happened like this. Chip eating away at some of that.
Yeah, both Omens tagged up exactly the same. Some of the parallels in this series have been really fun to watch.
I love the line that Cypher goes, wait, is it Cypher?
Yeah.
Where he goes, who are you? A copy of me?
Yeah, that's Cypher. That's Cypher.
It's
definitely a good quote. Cafe Coke is ready to explode on this B-bomb site. Killed or KJL, it's just a matter of which comes first.
30 seconds left.
Really burning down the clock here too.
Yeah. Oh, but it's gonna be the trade of the Jets. Venus remains alive. Zoe, again, just 2 health in a dream. Trying to help out onto the site, and Ko gets caught out. Trying to leave the site to play for retake with the
10
squad.
seconds left. Spike
But every
planted.
single piece of utility, every single damage being thrown out here by Teddy Tactic has found home. And true, a spam from Chip on A main is gonna finally get caught out by Calvarix. a 3v2, or actually a 3v3, excuse me. I mean, I'm with the health that we see on KO. It might as well be a 2v1 now. Calvric's trying to keep the dream alive, trying to stop Teddy Tactics from getting close to that match point, but they can't do it.
No, they cannot. And apologies on the entry there. I said Cafe Coke had the K ult or KJ ult, but it's actually Teddy Tactics that was posturing towards B. And yeah, they committed the K ult on Cafe Coke side and just wasn't able to stop that hit. Wasn't able to get the KJ ult set up in a good position for that retake. And Teddy Tactics are just taking it to them right now. They're playing their game, they're doing what they want, and this is a direct turnaround from map 1.
Sometimes you just need to take a little break. I think that's what I'm gathering from this. Sometimes it's like, okay, we can give one map, especially if we have a best of 3. But I also want to speak the volumes of like the new rhythm, or the rhythm that we are seeing from Teddy Tactics here is a little bit more patient. Not so much explosive. They're kind of seeing what's being thrown at them and then reacting. For example, they saw some of the KJ mollies, waited them out, and now are hitting the site. But it's going to be Cafe Coke, the one that's becoming a little bit less impatient on how they retake the sites.
Yeah, still down a player. This is going to be tough for Cafe Coke. They need to get this opening onto Chip. Chip's in a great spot. That dart is huge too, but not getting any scans. And Inui picks off 2 for the retake.
Deploying drone.
This drone needs to gather that information. This Odin has been massive. It's gotten so much damage. And look at the position of Orange. Tree once again. Can they stop them? Throws in a molly, pops it off. The time is ticking. Do they have enough time? Yes, they do. They shall be fine, at least for another round.
Cafe Coke goes again, making it 12-8 here. Inui with a huge 2K to open that out. I'm wondering if Teddy Tactics reels it back in, recognizes, hey, we got the site. Chip was in a great spot there, but maybe next time we're man up, let's just chill. Let's play for sight. Let's play the timer on that spike. As you can see, I mean, it was what, 2 or 3 seconds they had left. So, I'm thinking Teddy Tactics got a little overzealous there. They're gonna reel it back in, and they're still in a good spot to close out this game.
Right here. Right here.
Lockdown once again in the hands of Teddy Tactic. Last time they tried to play it onto this B, it didn't work out. They got shut down, and once again they're trying it, and this time Inui gets to back out into the safety of the site. Venus, though, already taking lots of mid space, goes straight into Inui's Blade Storm, and Inui now has been activated, looking for more damage to be put forth. They know exact position of Cal Sushi, and that is the spike in their possession as well. Just one last chip remaining in this round.
So proactive there from Inui. That's exactly what I was talking about during the tack pause a few rounds ago. Get the B main control, get the line, potentially get the pick, and then have your teammates able to rotate and help you out. And immediately after she got the kill onto the KJ outside of B main, they went into market and refought again into market. Beautiful team fight from them. Very, very well played, and this might go the distance.
No, don't curse it, KP.
What do you think? Overtime?
No, we're not cursing it, remember? No cursing here. I think what I will say is Cafe Coke, the caffeine has hit. They are kind of recognizing what is happening here. I think they're also like saying, okay, we have the KJ ultimate. They could potentially hit here. They could hit there. But also, you talked about the fact that the Jet was a little bit more proactive as well. So let's see if they can now figure out what the plan is here for Teddy Tactic, as a lot of catwalk space has been gathered. Flashpoint also now takes away that Blade Storm, and Zoe just got lucky because the Blade Storm was going straight for them, but instead it's going to be Arya. They take a 1-for-1. Calvarix, don't turn around. If you turn around, things may go wrong. Okay, repositions. And with that, so will the spike.
Yeah, everyone on the server taking a deep breath here. Venus has the op now. This could be absolutely huge. Creeping up this mid position. Are they going to be able to find... Wow, Kate with a spam finds Arya.
I don't even think that they knew that there was a player there. Kate's just like, I'm gonna spam here because someone has to be here, right? Eventually. A
Ooh,
shot
and-
there for Venus, not finding True. And finally, the Bladestorm is back in to the play. Just as quickly, the rotation did come through, and the spike is gonna get onto the
30
site
seconds left.
without trouble.
She might get another crack at this, though.
Spike
She's
planted.
in a good position with that operator, and Cafe Coke has no smokes for this B main position. This could be deadly.
Nowhere to run.
Huntress Fury invested from the back of Doc. Finds one and gets the elimination. No flashpoints to add onto the retake here. And Venus
There it is.
closing it out for one more. Lockdown gets
enemy
invested.
remaining.
Might as well try, might as well pray that they could retake the site together. But it's going to come down to Inui. He sees one in the back of Boathouse, doesn't anticipate the second being there. And Teddy Tactic, although they had a rough time on that map number 1, that map number 2 looked phenomenal, KP.
Yeah, no, they were able to turn that series right around, clean up map 2 and map 3. It was close at times, but they definitely looked like they took control, and they were in the driver's seat for the last 2 maps of that series.
Oh, we are going to be taking you guys into the quarterfinals, but I want to give some final thoughts here about our first look into Cafe Coke. What were your thoughts? What did you think of the team? What are your hopes for them for future events as well?
Yeah, Cafe Coke really, really surprised me. I love the way they play Icebox. I don't know who was the IGL of Cafe Coke, but I'd be curious to talk with them and say, hey, like, however you played Icebox, that's exactly how I would call it. Like, that was looking sharp. That was looking real nice. So if they can stick together as a unit and try and look at this VOD, maybe look at some of their other match VODs, and try and apply those situations that they ran into on Icebox to other maps, I think that'd be really good for them. That's what I'd want for them in the future. On the other hand, Teddy Tactics, the resilience in that series, you know, getting crushed on map 1, going into your enemy's map pick where they have a 100% win rate, you start off on the back foot and you're still able to claw through, clutch it out, and win those late round situations. Very, very solid mental resilience from them.
Yeah, one of the players that stuck out to me the most was Arya. Arya was continuously being that a kind of hope bringer to the squad sometimes, even when things were dire or when things were looking a little meek for Teddy Tactics. It was Arya who was able to get those 3Ks, maybe those 4Ks, and brought back life into the squad. I also have to talk about Venus. We kind of were like, okay, how are they gonna shift from being that Jet to being the Raze? And I think even though I feel like we didn't really see so much of it, they were still very a good player to kind of rely on to make sure that the space was taken for that last map. But for you, who do you think were the key players for the side of Teddy Tactics?
Yeah, Venus, Arya, like you said, they stepped up big on Sunset, but then Ascent, I'm looking at Chip, and it's actually funny because I have a penguin plushie named Chip, and just big impact frags, 2 4Ks, the lurk plays, the stalling and anchoring on sites was absolute perfection on that Ascent map 3, and that's where it matters, right? Like map 3, you got to show up or shut out, is that the expression? But Chip showed up today and definitely stomped on that map 3.
Well, you let us know your thoughts in the chat. Let us know what you thought. Let us know who your VIP player was or MVP player was. And also just a reminder, if you are enjoying this broadcast, you can support Radiant and future events brought to you by Radiant by going over to our store, radiant.shop, if you would like to pick up, or radiant.store, excuse me. And you can also make sure that you join our Discord channel to be a part of any other events that we throw. And with that, we are going over to a short break. Make sure you get some water, get some snacks, and get ready for this quarterfinal that will be after this break. gamers, and welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the first round of 16 with KP and I. KP, how did you feel about the first series? And why don't you talk to us about our next upcoming match?
Yeah, that was a banger. Honestly, for a round of 16, like that was insane. Going all the distance, map 3, really tight matchup. Like a lot of close rounds, a lot of big plays from so many of the players on both sides. So I'm hyped, really excited to get in this next series. And we got Two Mama versus Team Freakret. Now, for those of you that don't know, Two Mama is 3 of the, my squad that I was just playing with. So they're pugging out this GC Academy with 2 subs, Carly and Hannah, who are both, former professionals in the scene, legends themselves. So yeah, I don't know about you, but this is going to be a great matchup.
I'm excited. When you told me, yeah, the team that I was playing with is going to be in this matchup, and I was like, oh, that's pretty awesome. I feel like I have to put you on the bad side of things. Like, I want you to give us the juicy details on how to beat them. Like, what is Team Freakret going to do to beat them, basically?
Team Freakret's got to get in their face. They got to do random stuff. We struggled against very random, hectic, chaotic plays. And Team Freakret mainly's got to outshoot them too. There were games where I say the ones we struggled with the most was just straight up when we were getting out-fragged. Like, we were just getting out-aimed, put on the spot, like people in our faces, like not necessarily playing the most fundamental, like perfect Valorant, but just kind of like not giving us a break, just like completely running at us, out-aiming us, outpacing us. That's when we struggled the most. So that's what Team Freakret's got to do to win this matchup.
Okay, I like that. Okay, we don't know a lot about Team Freakret, right? This is a team that we're kind of getting introduced to, and I love that about Radiant Academy is there's a lot of names that I haven't been exposed to that I'm like, whoa, like I should know who this player is because they are doing really great. So I'm really excited to see kind of how they bring it to, like you said, a squad that's already seasoned. They are they're ready for what is to come. So I'm really excited for that. But before we tell you more about what's to come, let's check out the bracket. What's going on with that bracket? Who's made it into this top 12 and on? All right, well, are you surprised by any of these names, KP?
No, not at all. I think this is pretty typical of what I was talking about. Just as we open the show today, we got Maxim Shepelev, Puppy Cuddlepile, and Miso's Millionaires. Those are 3 teams I called out as we started the broadcast. And as we could see, all 3 of them making their way into the top 12 here. And Puppy Cuddlepile already with the 2-0 over Ritual Red. So most of these squads all filled with elite players and people who have been a part of the scene for a while. There's some up-and-comers, like you just mentioned, Team Freakret. I'm excited to see what they've got in store. I was just very impressed by our last matchup. So, a lot of these new players, new squads, they're showing up. They're showing me that they've got what it takes to make deep runs in this bracket.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm more excited about like the outcome of this and who's going to play against that matchup of Max Shepelev. Oh, that's a name.
That is a name.
And kind of that matchup, because that's supposed to be a really great team, right? They won the last academy. They were the team to beat. So coming forth, you already have a target on your back. Everyone's like, we gotta beat them. And whoever comes out victorious after this one is going to go up against one of those squads. So we are already seeing a lot of Titans coming together to clash, and we are going to go over our picks and bans. So let's check out what's going on and where we are heading to.
Now, I don't know if they're picking into the way like we picked when I was just playing with them a few weeks ago. But, okay, wow, very different. So our map ban was actually, Ascent. I was just a big Ascent hater, and we see Two Mama has picked it straight up. That's very interesting to see.
Does that make you feel like I was the hater? I was the hater of Ascent.
Oh yeah. I was definitely I'm a big Ascent hater, loud and proud about that one.
All right. Well, we are also going to be seeing Lotus, and the cider pick is going to be split. And I mean, just really quickly, give us a 30-second of what you think your team or Tu Mama is going to be doing on Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent, I'm expecting them to be standard here. Nothing out of the box, just the typical meta comp. I think they're going to be really, really looking for Hannah or Slandy to anchor site, lock it down. Riv on that KJ has been phenomenal, both in practice and matches. So I think they're going to be two really difficult site anchors to deal with on their defense. Offense, I'm expecting Kazler to get in their faces on the Jet and, just disrupt anything they're doing. I think Team Freakret needs to disrupt what Tu Mama has in plan, like in store, in order to be successful. If they just let Tu Mama do whatever they want, it's not going to be great for Team Freakret.
Awesome. Alrighty. Well, let's see what Freakret's gonna bring for us. Maybe they have something up their sleeve that we don't know about. But again, today is a day to cause any type of upset, if you plan to make any upset at all in this academy. Or hey, you could also learn quite a lot. Like you mentioned, it's not the same squad that we are used to. You're not with them. They've added 2 new members who, are still pretty seasoned. They've been through quite some teams and quite some rosters, so it's going to be a challenge. But the cool thing about this academy is that you get to learn throughout the process and get better as well. I think we are getting ready for Agent Select. I'm talking to my voices in my head. 10 seconds. All right, awesome. So we're almost ready for Agent Select. And do you think that maybe with you kind of stepping back from that roster, we're gonna see maybe some new agents coming out of your squad?
Potentially, yeah, potentially. I know they're missing Millie. Millie was the main duelist, and she's not there. She's playing with a different team for this event. So I believe we're going to see some role mix-ups, potentially some fun comps, and I'm seeing some crazy agents being hovered here. So hopefully we get something out of the box. They might be. But it looks like Riv's locked in the Sage.
Okay, I hear some surprise in your voice. Does that mean Riv doesn't normally play the Sage?
Riv does not normally play Sage. Riv is a resident KJ main, KJ Cypher player. And, Sage is similar, but a little bit different. So I'm expecting Riv to get active. Like, she's going to be in their face, like, taking fights, healing herself, rezzing. I think Kaz on the Jet makes the most sense because they're missing Millie. And Carly, we saw so much of Carly when she was on Gen G on that Sova. I had a rivalry with Carly and her IGLing for a long time when she was a part of that roster. So I'm curious if she's going to be making some mid-round calls. And Slandy on the Yoru, what is going on? Oh my god.
I feel like in the last academy, there was a Yoru being thrown into the mix as well. So
I believe
I'm
so.
not too surprised about the Yoru. I feel like Yoru's making a comeback on tournaments like this.
Yeah, he's difficult to play against, creates chaos, and just, adds some spice into the mix. Also, I'm being informed that Riv has listened to Sigma male affirmations before this match. And Kazler actually got a low taper fade haircut before the match as well. So it's looking like both of them are ready and dialed in for this matchup coming up against Team Freakret.
Got it. Okay. I am expecting an explosive start to this, just off of that statement.
Oh, 100%. I think they've got to be in the zone just from those two things alone.
Time to jump.
Alright, Mama already very explosive onto this A site, but we know that this is going to be a fake out, especially from where the spike is heading to. It's just one player. Tail onto this A site was trying to have some cheeky Sage wall play happening there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Screamtail blocking themselves in with that Sage Wall, and we see Two Mama Sage Wall going up Heaven. This retake's going to be really hard. Door closed, Sage Wall on Heaven, 5 on 5. If Two Mama just burns time here, they're in a great spot to win out this round.
Every time we say this team name, I'm gonna laugh. Carly getting caught off in the late lurk. The retake on Tree so far looking nice and dandy as they work together to retake it. Team Frigate have the numbers, at least for the time being, as we
One
see
enemy remaining.
Silly Eevee going very low and eventually going down to Castler. And you talked about it, the
enemy
time
remaining.
being spent like ain't no one's business. And although Sakura does manage to get the eliminations, there's not enough time for that defusal.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that you know, we're gonna see a lot here with Sages on both sides. Is if you're given sight for free, Sage is just able to stall so much time with a wall and double slows that the retake either has to come fast or you already have to be in a man-up situation to make it work. Because even though they got the kills, yeah, there's just no time to defuse that spike. Now they're on the eco, and let's see if Team Freakrit also enjoys being aggressive on the pistols. I think it's going to be something fun to keep track of in this series as well. And there it is, yeah. Crazy rundown mid right off the rip. I mean, I like the audacity, but
Idiot.
Oh,
doesn't work
yeah,
out with
it
them.
does not. Slandy shutting it down on B main. I wonder if it's like some imprinted thing where it's like, okay, when you hit a certain rank, this is what you do on our second pistol buy. And it's like W key. Hopefully we
Yeah.
get a pick.
I think it's definitely a little bit imprinted, and also you know, maybe something coaches are implementing just because they might be watching other Game Changers teams, so therefore they pull from the top Game Changers teams, and it just like trickle down effect. You know what I mean? But Two Mama going on a full bonus round here, not upgrading a single gun, and if they're able to squeak this round out, it's going to be amazing for them.
Now we're into a new series here, KP, but we're still seeing the same mid-market space being given up. Is that something that like teams just like agree, let's just play for sites, or like what's the mentality on that?
Typically, no. Typically, in my experiences, you'll see a lot more contention around this mid space, whether it be a market trap, a lower mid play, or even an operator. I think this might be a little bit of experience versus inexperience, and also a little bit too much of relying on the Sage. As we can see, you know, Team Freakrit put up that Sage wall on Cat, so maybe they're just ignoring mid because they have the Sage wall blocking off a lane anyways, right?
But with that, look how much space Dumama has gathered.
Be faster.
Kaiser just deep into, Castler deep into
Spike
a
down
heaven,
A.
and we're just having some
30 seconds
difficulty
left.
there with the A main control. The spike goes down, but just as quickly, Hill is looking from Wine into the collapse of the players that were taking control of Tree. It didn't go the way that they planned, and Tumama did manage to get the number advantage.
Spike planted.
So now a very tough retake here for Team Freakit.
Yeah, at this point, I think you just save. You know, it's not looking great. Spam down. Rover needs to back out of here to save this gun. Kazler slipped through that round and was able to find two people, one Heaven, one A main. Really, really good opening. And just as you mentioned, yeah, it's too much space being given up in mid, and experienced players like Two Mama, you know, like Slandy, like Kazler, like Carly, like experienced players are going to take those gaps all day long. They're not going to rush their hits. They're not going to rush gathering the info. And when they see a gap like that, it's going to be exposed. So I'm hoping that Team Freakrit can recognize that, and it looks like they are. They have the alarm bot on mid this round, however, it just was recalled. So I'm curious why.
Yeah, they're looking to just have men power or women power there, right? They put 2 players there and they're like, okay, instead of putting that utility there, we can make it work. But instead, it's going to be Slandy taking the space with their dimensional drift, gets themselves onto the site, guides their teammates to get the spike into it, and locks out the remaining of Team Freakit on market. Oh,
Yeah, this is
Dazzler. So
not
aggressive.
looking good for Team Freakit. If Kaz can keep getting away with picks like that, it's going to be hard for them to get momentum in this matchup.
Slandy fights for lane control, but it's going to be Hale who's able to get the Sheriff pick. This is numbers in favor of Team Freakit. They have to be quick about these eliminations. They have to get something out of it. Odin finally shut down. Hale 2v1 just left to Hannah, who can't keep control. And with that, Team Freakit, they are able to get that retake onto this B site.
Yeah, big route from Team Freakit. That's got to give a pep in their step right now. That was a big thrifty for them to pick up. No ultimates on board yet, but they're getting close to the Hunter's Fury and the KJ lockdown. And Tsubama had to use the Yoru ults, excuse me, I'm blanking on the name of it, Dimensional Drift, to get into sight there. And not able to find success off that, so that's a big ult off the table, and hopefully Team Freakit can keep some of that momentum in this round. Another insta-wall on Cat. Now, I'm curious as to what's the tell for that member, Screamtail of Team Freakit, to burn the Sage Wall immediately off Cat. Typically, you'll see when people do play Sage on this map, they're waiting for an information cue to actually burn the Sage Wall. You know, a drone, a Skydog, a KO knife before they burn the wall, because it does evaporate over time.
Well, evaporated has been the duelist on the side of Dumama, who was just lurking about A main, maybe hoping that they could get some sort of pick. Instead, it was Hale who was able to get that elimination. You can spare a duelist now that you have 2 duelists if you're Dumama, right?
100%. It's looking like the Expendables, the movie out there. They don't mind. They got Slandy on the Yoru, and Riv putting a lot of pressure on Market, able to pick up that frag onto Sakura as well. And now this is looking in their favor. Out of position is the KJ.
Oh, they remain with 2 players onto the site. That recon is golden. Can they capitalize on it? They do get 1. And Evie captures 2. Turning the tide. Hale still with the operator in hand, but the resurrection comes to play. No time. Can they stop the plant from coming through? No, they cannot, and it's even Hannah who got resurrected that's able to get that elimination.
Yeah, the Rivington there with the 3K and the res. Old reliable, as I like to call her, but just big play from her. And that's what you want out of your Sentinel player. Like, not only did she pull pressure and attention to mid and market, she's able to clutch up that round, trade out frags, and get the res. And what a perfect scenario to use that. Even with the Sova Dart scanning her, the KJ Molly's going off, she doesn't mind. She's still fragging through it. And Team Freakit, they got the KJ and the Bladestorm online, looking for a fast play here. Hale diving into tiles.
That was a big ask, yes? That was a huge ask.
Last player standing.
That's a substantial ask, and Hannah just cuts all of them down. She's dusting off the mouse and keyboard. She's back. It's been a bit, but Hannah's back.
That definitely looks like Hannah's back. No doubt about that.
That was a great reaction from them to just hold, you know, not freak out. Just realize, like, hey, they dashed on tiles. Let's counter them with Oma Blind. And they just chilled and cleaned it up. You can definitely see some things are coming through in this matchup already just from the experience of the 2 squads, right?
Bladestorm out to play. Hale, having an operator in hand, was looking at the correct angle, but instead now decides to take over this catwalk, and oh, things are about to get real messy here. They can get one, they try to dash away, but it's Carly who trades off. Now this tree control, not quite in full control of Tumama. We do have to remember that Ivy has the lockdown in their back pocket. So decide to step off of the site. They're just gonna wait for the plant to come
Spike
through.
planted.
Drone clearing off tree. Riv giving away their position with eliminating that. The wall comes through. Still fighting for the tree control is Freakret. And finally that lockdown does come down. In answer to that, we get the Hunter's Fury thrown into the mix. And it's going to be a fight to can they eliminate Kazler onto the site. They trade 1 for 1. Tumamat still 3 remaining, 2 tree, 1 main. Carly gathering a lot of attention. Slandy finally clears through, pushes onto the site. It's the fake of the defusal. Sakura gets 1, looking for the second, but it cannot be done. Tumamat just playing every single angle correctly.
Every single angle correctly, and they had a plan for the KJ lockdown as well. Carly just chilling, deep A main, you know, enjoying that gelato and just breaking the KJ ult as her participation award in that post-plant scenario. And yeah, they don't look stressed at all. They look confident, they look comfortable, looking like they're going to continue rolling these rounds down. Now, Team Freakret, they've got the Hunter's Fury, they've got the Sage Res. This is a round where I approve of something aggressive because of the ultimates they have.
Oh, Hale tried to get aggressive. Quickly sent back with her tail between her legs after that recon spotted them out. Okay, gets
a
the
great
wooded
pick.
rib. Just a little peek into mid. Though they're not able to gather the weaponry.
No weaponry, but they could have a potential 5v3 here, as it looks like they might be trying to get this res online. Sova and KJ on Team Freakret are camping the body of the jet that went down early on. So far, no movement, though, towards the downed body.
Slow creep up. Sakura just the only player onto the side. Perfect hold onto that lane and scurries back into safety.
30 seconds left.
A smoke now in their possession, and we have from the shadows over
player
onto the
standing.
8. Quickly gets shut down there. And now the re-hit has to be onto this B site. Hannah. Is Hannah back? I think this is going to prove whether Hannah's back or not. Can they push it? I mean, it's probably a
10
tall
seconds
order,
left.
but hey, why not? Let's take a spin at it. 38 health remaining, fighting for their life. Gets taken out by Evie with the Sheriff. And Team Freakret are able to get this point online.
Thrifty.
Yeah, do you think this is where Team Freakret adjusts and realizes both the rounds they've claimed in this map so far have both been thrifties? And like I mentioned in the pre-match discussion, it's when a team is just taking their fights and just winning them, just taking their one-on-ones. That's where we struggled as a squad when I was playing with them. And Team Freakret, when they're on the low buys, they've won both of them just by taking their ones, peeking with sheriffs, getting those kills. So I'd love to see them do that on a gun run, but what do you think about that?
Back soon.
I mean, I think at this point, it's the confidence level as well. Maybe you also take a look at a team and you're like, oh man, these are like seasoned players. You kind of get that mentality fear
My ultimate
in your head, and
teleport.
you're like, oh, do I really want to take this fights? But I think once you get in the server, you start playing it out, I think you can see like their confidence is growing a little bit more. Like, this is a very aggressive angle for Hale to take, and continues to take, without a lot of information of where the remaining team is at. But they're still there. They're holding it out. Now after that drone, reset back and peek once again. Oh my, Castler got
That
a
was
collateral.
clean. That was Chris from Kazler right there. And
Next.
not
Okay.
able to get the third, but Carly trades out.
And I totally see where you're talking about, like, these off angles, these really, like, plays that not a steady team would take. That's how you get thrown off, because
planted.
I mean, you're kind of okay. You're thinking, no, you wouldn't take that angle, but the fact that they do, that's where you gotta catch off to Mama. And I see you, Tail. Please just rest someone. Thank you. There was a lot of thinking, a lot of wheels spinning in Tail's mind, like, who can we get up? How do we retake this site? And the biggest thing is they're not gonna know that Hannah is lurking about, but it doesn't matter what Hannah's doing. Slandy just hits every single shot.
Okay, Prez, I see you. I see you, Slandy. God, that was looking crisp right there. Kazler and Slandy. I mean, the double duelist just leading the charge for Tumama. And yeah, as you were mentioning, like, it's exactly what you were just talking about. Like, you know, against a team like FlyQuest that plays like a very practiced team, you know, plays more predictable Valorant, we would do really well against. But then against a team that plays, you know, off angles and things you're not expecting, that's where Tumama would struggle. And luckily they're able to turn that round around.
Cutting through.
And starting strong here as well.
I have some questions there. I think also something that I'm not seeing Team Freakret is playing with each other off of each other's utility. That's something that Tumama is obviously very used to doing, right? It's like, okay, wait for my drone, wait for my flash, I'm gonna wall here. I feel like Team Freakret, we're kind of seeing their inexperience of playing together as a team a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely coming through in this map so far. And you can see a lot of similar tendencies and things happening round after round. For example, the Sage Wall and Cat, I'll talk about it after this round, as we can see this retake going on, but beautiful flash. Oh my god. Kazler capitalizing, getting the 3K. Going for more too.
Yeah, there's no stopping. Tumama, they're like, yep, I am indeed your mom. And I'm gonna show you a thing or two. Tail takes one and saves the weaponry because I believe their economy just really isn't the greatest at this point. Oh.
Riv taking her Scream down with her. But yeah, as you mentioned, the inexperience, just to touch on that briefly, we can see every round, or almost every round now, Screamtail is immediately Sage-walling the Cat position, and Tumama, immediately they recognized that round they walked up A main and exploded the site, knowing that the Sage was going to be on Cat and out of position. Now, Team Freakret still, it's been 6 rounds now that they've had the Hunter's Fury and the KJ lockdown. I want to see them use this, and it looks like they're playing Retake B to use these ults finally.
Ask and you shall receive is what they say. Slandy, though. Oh, I truly believe that Sandy was going to go through that smoke. Especially being that they've had some massive plays as of late. But yep, you asked for it, and there is that Hunter's Fury. Although Riv staying behind, making sure that there's no lurker, but getting caught out. The shot didn't hit. There's not going to be a second shot there. Repositioning here from Tail over onto Market. But in return of a Hunter's Fury is going to be Carly with a piece of their own. So, we see a TikTok wall here coming from Tail to get one, looking for another. A blind onto Hannah, and they're throwing everything onto the site. But numbers, before they even hit the site, have failed Team Freakret. It's down to Sakura, who doesn't even know where anyone is at this point.
Double TikTok walls that round. I don't know if you saw, but a player of Team Freakret flanked all the way around spawn, and Riv is on top of the offense ticket booth on her Sage wall, opping on top of it, and is ready for the flank as well. At that point, if I'm Team Freakret, you know, I'm just laughing. I'm like, what do I even do? What do I do against this player? They're just ready for everything.
We go.
Well, I mean, right now the plan looks like Team Freakret, we're gonna run it down Catwalk. Because in doubt, run it out. Or wait it out. Okay, that too. Especially with the explosive gameplay that we see Tumama doing at this point. They're just rushing into the site. Lockdown being thrown very quickly too. They're not even waiting for the plant to come through. They're just gonna send it out here. The smoke off A main is gonna dissipate. There's still one player remaining on site. They're hunting for it. Everybody wants the last remaining player. Drone just taking a family photo of Team Freakret. They're like, did you guys say cheese? Okay, good. Now we're ready to come into site. They hit the site from A main. And now there's a 2v1. Finally, a good position. But you talked about Riv and those instrumental reses. That was one of them. Riv eliminates the diffuser and then gets some.
Wow, she's able to get the 2K as well, clean up the round. Yeah, Team Freakret, that was such a good plan from them. Waiting it out on Cat and putting the lockdown finally to good use. However, I think they just gave it a little bit too much respect. They gave it a little bit too much time. And oh my god, what are we seeing on the camera? But they gave it too much time there, too much respect to 2mama, and time was just not on their side in the end of that round.
That was so good though, and it's the fact that Team Freakret was like, okay, we're not even gonna allow you to plant and reposition for post plant. We're gonna retake the site. So maybe a little bit more of that would help them quite a lot. But now we swap. Now you pretend it's a clean slate, right? It's 0-0. You're on attack. Now what do? You
got to pick up this round. You really, really need this round, and like you said, you got to forget about that first half. Choosing to go into their spawn. This is a crazy pistol. I've never seen something like this.
No fear. Nothing to lose. No fear. Oh no, Slendy gets lost in the smoke. Able to capture 2 before going down.
B.
And Eevee last remaining. Not for long.
I really, really do like the idea from Team Freakret. I think the smokes and Slandy dodging and weaving in there really threw them off. I think as well, if they had let someone slip through market and crunched on that CT position, it would have gone more in their favor. Really cool strategy though coming out from Team Freakret. I haven't seen something like that before. But now at this point, I mean, yeah, they have to buy. They have to buy at this point. 11-2 down.
Oh, no fear in sight. You just gotta send it out. Hannah, though. Oh, my Santa. Hannah has a perfect timing to this. Gets 2 before taken down. There's also that interaction over onto tree. Hill still remaining alive. They only have 1 player on the site. How is this gonna work?
Planted.
Hill's gotta go big here. Gets 1, but the trade is there. Sakura, last remaining, has a Spectre in hand. Teleport right onto the site. Slendy, gate crashing into the site, straight into danger. And it's going to be Carly, who remains alive and gets the shots with the Guardian. Match point here for 2mama.
Ambitious teleport onto the site from Slandy. Definitely going to be VOD reviewing that one with her later. We'll talk about that one.
Match point.
Now the money's just... they're still able to get a buy on the side of Team Freakret, surprisingly. Maybe they could make this work. There's a chance. It is never over. It'd help if they had some ults on board, but they're not close to any big impact ultimates. I mean, maybe they could get the Omen ult this round, but it's not something typically that's going to be a round-winning ult. And I think 2mama just wants to close out this game.
Oh, okay. We're definitely seeing a lot of TikTok walls. A lot of inspiration coming from dear old TikTok here. Castler in the smoke gets some help from that recon bolt. Gets taken away by Carly. Come on, Carly. There was a lot of investment that was happening there by Castler to get that elimination. Oh, another good... Okay, another inspirational gate crasher onto the site here by Slendy. Didn't quite tune out their way. Eevee on to heaven with the late lurk. Eventually gets shut down by Castler, who's their last standing here for 2mama. Finally, things coming up here for Team Freakret. Not trying for the 1v1. Instead, it's going to be a judge to the face of Castler. And Team Freakret, they're able to gather another point on the board.
able to fend off the inevitable for a little bit here on Team Freakret, but to Mama, I mean, it's definitely fun watching players out there on the server having fun themselves, right? We got Slandy going for some crazy gate crash TP plays. Riv was trying to knife someone in the middle of that. Just wild things happening. I think they're gonna save this round, and then next round we'll probably see them lock in and just close it out. Another interesting wall on the side of Team Freakret. Walling the jet on top of the ticket booth.
Oh, Slandy gets away. Just managed to do some damage. Hannah's turn. Can they get anything besides a flash in the face? No. Debating out. Orb. And Kastler gets caught out on the quick rotation. Rib shut down. Trying to stop Team Freakret from getting themselves onto the site. And yeah, you said it. This is gonna be a round that Team Freakret's gonna be able to gather and add.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to clean up this round. Next round is gonna be a little bit more difficult. The guns will come back up. However, this has been great for Team Freakret's ult economy. They have the Sage Res on Screentail now. And I believe that's going to put them 1 or 2 points off the KJ lockdown as well. So who knows? I mean, if they can pick up this next round, they're looking in a good spot to keep some momentum rolling and maybe put 2 Mama in a tough spot. Yeah, we're 1 off the Hunter's Fury, 1 off the KJ lockdown as well. So this could start to get interesting.
Maybe they're a team that works better under pressure.
Potentially, it's looking like it right now. I'm wondering if they're going to do another interesting Sage Wall, or if they're going to hold it now for the actual site hit.
Kastler's not allowing anything to happen. Takes one.
area.
Although goes down just as quickly. Recon gets shut down. Resurrection for Hale. So Hale's going to be back into this mix. And even though so much utility is being thrown their way, KP, they still want to hit the site.
Yeah, they want to hit it, and they don't care how much util they have to use to get it. They even invest the KJ lockdown, but it's looking like it's all a fake as they go back into market here to split the site.
Okay, I mean, so far, things worked out. Slandy gathering information, getting themselves onto this A main, finds one, can't get the second, and leaves this to Hannah and Carly, who are very separated from one another.
Spike
Recon's
planted.
available in 30 seconds. Hannah, though, quickly making a pick off of Hale. 2v2. One bolt will be available in 21 seconds.
Shock dart.
So do they wait or do they just hit the site? Not quite sure exactly what we have in terms of utility for Hannah here.
Last player
They're
standing.
patiently waiting. Carly just
my.
spams up angle where there could potentially be a player, and the Odin spamming through the wall. Tail can't even put up a fight. Goes down to the wall spam.
Classic Carly there. Odin spammer herself on that B site ascent. I have lots of memories of playing against that, and yeah, able to clean it up for the squad. What a little 2v2 right there.
Yeah, I think that we did see a little bit of more fluid ideas coming out from Team Freakret towards the end. On that attack, they were able to string at least a 1 to 2 rounds together. And it was a lot of like playing with each other and using that communication. But for Team Tumama, what did they do right here, KP?
They were fragging out. They were definitely getting in their face. I mean, they used the double duelist to the maximum extent. I mean, lots of limit testing there from Slandy as we saw those crazy TPs. They had, yeah, like you mentioned multiple times, no fear. Just kind of ran at them, hit their shots, and were able to clean up that game. I definitely saw some good ideas from Team Freakret at the end. I'm curious to see how they're going to propel this into Map 2 and if they change anything from Map 2.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because there is going to be a map 2. gamers. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a short break, and after that, we will be bringing you that map number 2, which will be Lotus. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, gamers. It is I, Cute Noob, along here with KP at the Radiant Academy 102 with our special guest,
Salt. The
Salt.
one, the only.
That's it. I think I would be feeling a little salty too if I was Team Freegrit. Like, there's a vengeance to be had. And we're going to show you where that vengeance is to be had specifically here, which is our next map, KP.
Yeah, we're going into, I believe it was Lotus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Lotus. So Team Freakret picking the Lotus. I don't know many stats about this team, but I'm hoping with this pick, they can shut down more of the aggression from Tu Mama. They were, getting bulldozed on some of their site execs a little bit, and I'd like to see more counter utiling from Team Freakret. Not afraid to go out and take map control, shut down A main, especially on Lotus. Like, that A main rubble fight is where a lot of rounds are determined right off the rip. I'm expecting Tu Mama is not going to be scared to get in there and get active. So Team Freakret, they've got to shut that down early if they want a chance in this next map.
Yeah, last time that Team Freakret played this map, which was against Rise Eclipse, they actually went 13-3. So that kind of gives me a lot of hope for them picking this map. I mean, obviously you pick it because you feel really comfortable with it. And it could just be like map number 1, we weren't really too experienced on it because we are a new team coming together to trying things out. So I kind of do feel like, okay, this could be like a comfort. They could try it out. They can kind of just erase what happened on Ascent and be like, okay, this is where we're gonna shine, and this is where we're gonna take us into map number 3, which eventually would be Split if we do get into that. So yeah, that's my hope. If we do happen to go into Split, how do you personally feel about Split?
I think Split is a very, very fundamental map, and I think if it did go to map 3, I would favor the side of Tumama, just because it really tends into those default heavy styles, picking apart teams, making decisions based off the information you gather, whereas Lotus might go for Team Freaker here, and maybe they picked it because you can't just mosh people, you can't just util dump them, throw all your things at them and win the round that way. The 3 bomb site maps are kind of known for some of that play, a lot of flooding, a lot of just team fights, and I'm wondering what the comp will be for Team Freaker here.
Yep, let's go into Agent Select. See if there's any swappage, at least from what Team Freakret did on their previous time they played Lotus. Oh, actually, yeah, it seems like they are changing a lot of it. How do you feel about this?
This, honestly, I like for the most part. I'm excited to see the Breach and the Gecko. Love that combination. I think they can set your team up for a lot of good plays, a lot of good traps. The Brimstone, though, is the outlier for me. I don't know how to feel about the Brim. I haven't seen it played a lot on this map. I think it can be good. Obviously, every agent is viable. However, it's not the typical controller you'll see on this map. They're also lacking in the Viper, and especially in Game Changers, we've seen a ton of Omen Viper comps, Astra Viper comps. Shopify Rebellion is really known right now for their double controller setups on this map. So I think it's going to be interesting that they have 2 initiators, but they're lacking that Viper entirely.
Now, even with the new Viper updates, you would still opt for a Viper?
100%. I think even with the new Viper updates still on this map, especially since it's just the first week, I still think Viper is crazy, crazy strong on this map, for C site specifically. It's just such a hard site to anchor, and that Viper and Omen make it actually able to hold down the site and make sure they can't get in. Now, in a month from now, my opinion on that will probably have changed, but just because it's so recent, I still think Viper is such a strong agent.
Fair. It's good to know because I've heard some discussion about what's gonna happen to Viper now with the newest updates. So good to know from a professional POV.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, Riv on the Clove, that is making me smile a bit. Definitely making me smile, because that's something I'm not used to seeing. All their roles are completely different from what I know, they play when I was playing with them. So looks like they're having fun out there. They're picking what they want to and feeling confident on it.
I mean, what better place to test out some new team compositions, or even test out the agents that you personally play, and with your friends as well, than here at the academy, where you're supposed to learn skills and strats. Hannah, quick blind straight into Hill's Ghost.
No way.
Nobody home now after those 2 eliminations go down. Spike quickly making their way onto the site. And for once, we see Tumama in a very precarious first round.
Yeah, crazy opening from Hale right there. Not able to get any more as Tumama is looking to make this retake possible. Riv could have big impact here, but it seems like they're aware that she's on the flank.
Drop in a smoke. Have a kit.
The knowledge is there, doesn't mean Riv's gonna get stopped. Eventually does indeed. Aftershock to get the person off of the spike.
Last
But
player
still
standing.
holding on through.
One enemy
The defusal was getting stuck. But there was a trade there. Slandy hoping that they could get the last elimination, but it's Evie who remains standing.
Such a tight round. Both the side of Two Mama and Team Freakret down to like the last amount of HP they had, and Team Freakret closed it out. I mean, that opening from Hale was really the key, crucial fight of the round, and if they can keep openings like that up, this is going to be looking great for them.
That is the hope here as a gamble. Stack onto this A site for Tumama, being a really aggressive. But you can see that Team Freakret, they want to explore this B site. They have the spike and at least 3 players, but with the paint shells being thrown onto this A main, they know that Tumama could potentially have that map space. So we do see the Cypher just staying behind in case they get pinched. They do get full control onto the site, and the spike is gonna find its home before anything else happens. The 3-player Frank here, KP. That's making me so nervous.
It's a little dicey, but I believe Team Freakret should be able to clean this up pretty easily. They've got the better guns. Looks like they're aware of it. They're using util, making sure they don't lose any bodies.
They do. This is working wonders. Sakura remains on to that B main, catches the flankers, and it was a really weird situation. It was like the opposite of a post plant. They were like kind of retaking their own site. I don't know. That was a little. My brain didn't quite comprehend that, but it worked out.
It's like they swapped sides almost. Like not
Yeah.
something you see very often, but definitely on the low buy is something you can see sometimes. We're back on the buy for Two Mama, not close to any ults, so not expecting a huge team fight to happen here, other than just the standard A main control with 3 or 4 agents, and it looks like that's what they're setting up for. They've got Phoenix, Clove, and Raze all taking A main control.
I must wait a moment.
Compared to the last map we just saw, you can definitely see how Team Freakret just feels a lot more comfortable on Lotus. They are peeking certain angles. They're not really just nilly-willing going for a site. They're really methodically thinking, okay, what utility is being thrown out there, and then what space is being gathered. Unfortunately, their Hale overstayed their welcome a little too long there on C site.
Yeah, just a little bit too long, but we're still getting some trade action going on. I was noticing that same thing as well. God, as Kazler gets a 3K there,
Yeah,
Kazler wants to go for more.
Might as well. I'm already here. I'm already invested. Let me get a
enemy
few
remaining.
more for my team.
Spike down, C.
Yeah, and that allows Hannah to push up as well with Carly, and they're in a great spot to just close this out.
Got the
30
However,
seconds
Sakura
left.
has something to say about this. It's not enough, though.
teleport's ready.
It's very, very interesting, just from a couple rounds of gameplay. It's like you said, how much more comfortable Team Freakret already looks on this map compared to Ascent. They're using util to take space, they're getting the map control, they left Hale as an insert, they have a clear game plan in mind, and although she did get picked off in that round, I like what they're doing so far. This is much, much better, and it looks like they're wanting to take control of this map from the get-go.
Trying once more for that C site hit. This time around, it's just gonna be Slandy. The Thrasher getting that space cleared out for them to get themselves onto the site, and a lot of utility, but at that, the Mama, they're not gonna give it up. They're gonna retake as soon as players enter the site, and with the showstopper, things are looking oh so terribly for Team Freakret. Lose so many players, and Hannah just opening the door and creating some mayhem onto this C main. Although Sakura, again, being the last remaining player standing, needs to go through so many hills here in order to gather the spike and then still plant. So Sakura looking more to maybe just hold on to this weapon.
Yeah, if Sakura can hold on to this gun, it's definitely going to help him in the next round. She does have the Brim ultimate online, so there's potential for next round for them to squeak something out with that. However,
30
I don't
seconds
see
left.
them investing it unless they're in a position, where they can win the round off it. Maybe some type of post plant. Maybe they've got the Molly lineups ready. Who knows? I haven't seen a lot of Brimstone on this map, so maybe there's some crazy lineups that they can throw to stall time.
10 seconds left.
Could potentially be. I mean, that round looked so good, right, KB? Like, they had the spacing, but it's how Tumama reacted to the take of the site. Like, they didn't even allow them to settle down and put the spike down. They were like, no, you're not going anywhere. You can come in the house, but you can't, like, make yourself at home quite yet.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Literally, as soon as the spike was tapped, Slandy ran back in, Carly, rocketed in, and they were disrupting the exec. That's exactly what you want to see from 2Mama, especially against the Breach Raze Gecko comp, where they have to disrupt and not let them get their util back online.
Spike carriers down.
Oh, first time taking
Spike
over
down
onto the
A.
A site, and I think it might just be the last. There's no way. 2 seconds into the round, it was a shot from the door and his
One
main,
enemy
and
remaining.
still Riv aggressing a clove aggression onto this A main. The spike in no man land, and now it's tail just left. Like, guys, we were supposed to do something together, and now I'm alone. I can't really hit my shots, and Tumama is looking really great.
Looking fantastic out there. And now I'm gonna give a little insight, a little KP Rob Wiz special, but hopefully they can do it here. When you lose a round like that, right off the rip, you're losing 2 to 3 bodies. I love calling, yo, let's just do the same exact thing again, right? Because typically the defense is gonna move positions. They're gonna think, oh, like they're not gonna go here again, right? We just shut them down. And what do you know? Team Freecrit looks like they want to go back at this once again, but 2Mama they're ready for it. 3 bodies here.
Oh, I'm scared. A paint shell's thrown out there. Carly already doing massive damage. Hales was able to get across. Rover catches Kazler. And Hale indeed catches 2 more. Although they were prepared here, they went down just as quickly. And Tumama, 2 players remaining, having to retake the site. They were quick, they were aggressive, and they were able to take the site now. Hannah thinking about dropping into the smoke, pondering, is this the right play?
Flash!
A flash comes through to try to gather the attention onto the rope, but Team Freecrit, they are already ready for wherever these players are going to drop from. So much utility just being
What
tossed
the-
out there. Hannah, how are you still alive so long? Slandy trying to make themselves get onto the site. Throws full utility, says you throw some, I throw some. Hopefully we'll be able to get something out of it, but just Shire utility there, holding them
That-
off the spike.
Yeah, that might be the funniest clip of the day. We definitely need someone in chat to clip that. The triple mollies, a nade and double mollies onto Hannah in the drop position. But no, that's exactly what I was just talking about. Like, Team Freecrit, they lost the round at A, and they said, hey, let's go back there, and now let's adjust. Why did we lose the round at A? Oh, okay, I need to throw a breach flash earlier so you can peek. They made that adjustment, and what do you know? They get 3 kills flawlessly right off the rip of the round. So this is looking really good for them. And they got Raze Rocket, Brim ult, Cypher ult, all ready and geared up for this round. So I'm expecting a big, big slam from them somewhere.
Kazler repositioning. Got a little bored of the last angle. Looking for a new one. Quickly gets sent back. And just like that, Team Freecrit are also repositioning. They're like, operator, no thanks. Let's see what we have over onto this B site. A second Thrasher coming out here for Rover. Clears out this B site. But last time we saw the Thrasher, KP, we know what happens, and it's happening all over again. It is deja vu. We see the showstopper, the flash coming through from Hannah. Bodies are dropping from Team Freakret, and the spike left in the hands of their opponents.
Just perfect work from Two Mama, giving up the space, just like we saw in their first gun round. Giving up the site, and immediately on the spike tap, Hannah pops the run it back. They pop a Gecko Dizzy out of heaven, and they all flood off that spike tap. So Team Freakret needs to be talking about, hey, every time we tap the spike, they're running into our site. Like, we need to save our util and just like tap the spike, have our util out, and just counter util their push, because that's what's hurting them right now. I'm wondering what Riv can get done with this operator towards the A site. Oh, excuse me, she gave it back to Kaz. So it's just Riv solo on the A site to fend off this oncoming hit.
I want us to keep an eye on exactly where Evie is onto this B side, because just as quickly that elimination comes through as all the attention is focused over onto that A site. And you talked about an adaptation. Okay, how are we going to hit this site? Because every time we just plant the spike, we're getting bombarded with all of this utility. Instead, they baited out this A, and now they're able to plant it onto this B. And they hold the post plant. Hale holding the close angle. A flash comes through for Hannah. The satchel to try to get away. But it is an elimination. Rolling Thunder gets added onto the site. And now Rib and Tail main. Oh my. Okay, we talked about all utility being thrown out there for Tumama to continue to get the rounds in their favor. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing Team Freakret do right now.
One enemy remaining.
Just absolutely moshing the site, making sure they're doing whatever they need to do to secure that round. Which is good. It's good for Team Freakret, you know. I think that's justified after they've been stopped so many times on the actual hit, on the actual spike plant. I think using that amount of util is totally okay. No ultimates on the board anymore. That round pretty much wiped out. 5 ults from both teams. Closest one is Rover. 2 points off another Gecko ult. And they're going to fight A once again. They've found success on it the last few rounds, so let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, very quick. Satchel onto half wall. Gonna clear off.
They found my
Broken door. But this time around, the difference is Evie's not really finding so much spacing into this B main.
My camera is destroyed.
We are seeing a lot of movement happening from Tumama with just the shot firings, the sounds that are being made on other sites. This allows for Evie to take on a lot of space onto the C site. I mean, they're deep in there. They're setting up. They're planting without any disruption.
Spike
But I
planted.
have to ask you, KP, is that purposeful? Like, is that what Tumama wants them to feel? It's like, you're safe. Everything's okay.
I think so. I think they've been pretty confident in committing to these retakes, and I mean, Slamby, even picking one through the smoke there is just such a feels bad man for Team Freakret. It's going to make this post plant so much harder for them, losing that Gecko ultimate.
Oh, absolutely. Utility invested. It's just 2
Last
of the
player
players
standing.
remaining a main. Meanwhile, Tumama are just sticking it. Sticking it out. But Tail's still fighting. Tail's like, I'll take the eliminations.
Yeah, she gets some consolidation frags, but it's just not enough to secure the round. But, you know, we're seeing a closer match here. We've got the Gecko again for Rover. Hannah's got the run it back. I'm curious what the setup's going to be for this run it back. Maybe they have a potential trap setup off it. Maybe off a chamber trip, Hannah could pop the run it back. They throw a Gecko Dizzy. She goes for some kills off that. Or if it's just going to be another standard round from them.
A now has definitely become the default starting point for Team Freakret. They haven't been rewarded with anything such as eliminations, such as first bloods. But this time around, they seem to want to commit fully. They have the knowledge that there was at least one player onto the site. But without any confirmation... Oh, Hale's in such a terrible spot. The smoke's gonna come down. Actually, no,
What?
Hale's in the perfect spot. Both of those players from Tumama were looking in opposite directions, not covering one another. Hannah trying to pick up the pieces of the shattered situation that their teammates left them in, still remaining alive, 30 health in a dream. And Team Freakret, they're forced to plant onto the site. They do indeed. Oh! Hannah was watching Slandy pick up their utility. Goes down. Castler needs to clean it up. 5 bullets left in the chamber. Needs to fight everything that is being thrown their way, and they are unable to do so.
I think the re-aggression from Tumama there onto Tree it's the right idea, but Hale with another 2K opening. That was crazy. The snap onto the second player as well. God, they're getting a lot of momentum in these rounds, and Hannah not able to do enough there backside. She was dodging and weaving that util though. Looks like they're bringing more bodies towards A now because they know Team Freakret loves this A site, but they're not even there. They're all postured towards front B. Hale's got the rocket, and I'm expecting them to just get in there, pop the rocket, and secure this site.
A little bit more conservative, a little bit more patient, and then you think to yourself, oh, should we really have done that now that Riv got so much space and was able to get that elimination off of your duelist? Numbers are evened out now. Rover clearing off every single corner, doesn't know how much space was taken over onto this A main. But I'm always keeping an eye on that lurker, KP. Look exactly where Evie is. Just taking a tour.
Evie has an amazing play if they call her team back over to her, which I think is exactly what's going to happen. We can see them rotating through spawn right now. They're man down, and they're going to have to face this Rocket, Gecko, and Phoenix run it back. So
30 seconds left.
Evie needs to get active here, and she needs to pick up these frags.
Would be massive. Carly does indeed go down, finds one, looking for the second, does indeed get the second! Oh, putting out some damage onto Hannah as well. Slandy brings out the Thrasher, catches one, but I don't think they know that the second is there to cover off their friend. Actually, are they both stuck? They were both stuck!
No!
That ultimate finish just a tad bit before Sakura goes down. And Sakura's gonna need to play fire with fire, literally going into that wall. If they want to try to collect this round, but Hannah denies it.
I thought for a second there that Team Freakret would really punish Hannah for that disrespectful knife she went for, you know. It's a little dicey. Could have lost in the round, but you can see that continuation of them just having fun out there. Both teams have a Raise Rocket online. Sakura won off the Brimstone ult. So maybe they go towards C here. Maybe they're looking for this Breach Stun Gecko Dizzy that we saw early on in the half. Maybe they pick up this Brimstone ult and then reposition from there.
So many options. Instead, Tumama's like, we're going W key here. Flash to lurk and avoid Evie. But in response, the showstopper gets added into the mix, leaving their backs exposed to Castler, who happily just adds them on to that KDA. And Team Freakret, they don't have any sort of response to this.
What a round, honestly, from Tumama. Like, sprinting up from B, Castler peeking from top site C as they open the door. They just had everything covered, and we're very well aware that Team Freakret was going for that C default because they were close to that Brimstone ult and just shutting it down before it can even happen.
Now we're swapperooing. Tumama's gonna get aggressive on to that attack, and Can you give us a little bit of insight of what we can expect from this team composition? It's not one that we normally see, right? From Tumama?
Right, yeah, no, this is completely out of left field, but I'm expecting them to put a lot of pressure with the Chamber, have Chamber being able to bait out util, TP out, find info, while a hit squad of like this Phoenix, Gecko, Clove, as we're seeing, are trying to gain some sort of map control on a place. And yeah, just like that, so they're able to get these frags, and from here, 5v2, honestly, any play can work from this point on, but I'm expecting what we just saw to be continued throughout a lot of their gun rounds, like really putting pressure with the 3 people, while Chamber just plays his own Mario Party mini game and is able to explore the map how he wants to.
Oh, Team Freakret.
Spike planted.
Definitely spread out throughout the map. And you called it. Oh, wait, is
Right
Rover? Rover has found only
Last
player
player standing.
playing its own little minigame. Finds one, but that's all they get.
Yeah, no, Kazler caught off guard there, picked off by Rover, but in the end, it doesn't even matter, and they're able to clean up that round just from the positions they had and the spike being planted. So let's see if they keep up that same style of play for this anti-eco, or if we're just going to see a more explosive hit with the Gecko, Raze, Phoenix.
I guess with this team composition, it gives you a lot of options to just be aggressive, right? Just go for it. This is going to be, did you do your warm-up routine or not? Is your aiming, or do you need to go back onto that aim labs and get more practice in?
Pretty much, yeah. This comp is not a very fundamental meta comp, but definitely just an aim-heavy comp. They're having fun out there, and it shows in the server right now.
Absolutely. But I do like the response that we're seeing here. Team Freakret, they're giving up the site. We'll replay it together. Don't have the best weapons, so we kind of need to rely on one another. Or we go straight into the hands of Kastler, who, as you mentioned, likes to play their own minigame in the server.
Yeah, Kazler giving people haircuts right there.
One enemy remaining.
Sharp. Kazler's looking sharp. And they only lose 1 body on that anti-eco, so, you know, pretty much 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian. Riv's gonna buy up, so they're looking to just steamroll this momentum. We got a couple players on the side of Team Freakret with only half armor, so it's not the best buy from them. And we're not close to any ultimates on either side either. So Team Freakret with this breach, they need to get this A main control, the A rebel control, and rotate that breach immediately to a different site in order to help fight. If they're not able to do that, this defense half is going to be rough for them.
The golden star at the moment is the fact that they are able to get that initial pick. Okay. Although, Mama, okay, they're just going to take over onto C. Let's go, Carly. Already expecting one of the players to be in the back. Does not expect for Tail to be already transitioning over onto that C site.
Right here. Right here.
They're very wary of where Tumama could potentially be. And they're making sure they are thorough with the angle clearance. Lady and Wingman are going to enter the site, but no one's able to really capitalize off of that. They're still taking their sweet time to get it. And with the crossfire that Hannah and the teammate had, they do go down and they stick onto the spike, but Slandy stays in the back of site and is able to clear up. I think a lot of time was taken there to retake the site there, KP.
A little bit too much time, yeah, just giving a lot of respect to the players on the side of Tumama. Maybe a little bit of that hesitation, like you mentioned on map 1, due to the names that they see on the other side of the server, you know, just that experience difference. And yeah, that crossfire, beautiful, the Clove Metal and the Phoenix Molly, able to stall even more time as well in Waterfall. And now Hannah's got ult online, Riv's one off hers, and the only thing that could potentially help on the side of Team Freakret is the Gecko ultimate. Beautiful util bait from Kazler. Able to get out for completely free because of the chamber TP.
That is crazy.
Joke's over. You're dead. Watch your eyes.
Why not? Hannah re-aggresses onto the safe site. It's the run it back. Oh, Rover just gets out by the sliver of their teeth. They find safety, but just as quickly still Carly looking to get some picks to assure them that this post plant will give them player advantage. A very aggressive post plant here from Riv, and you talked about that Thrasher, and it does indeed get contact. It's gonna be one more down here for Dumama. Still 4 remaining. They have control of the site, but for how long is going to be the question as Castle remains and eventually falls onto tree. A 3v3. Couple trades happening in there, here and there, but the pace shells are really the matter that's keeping them off of the site. And Eevee is fighting for their life. Slandy has the off angle, doesn't need to really peek out much, and does indeed gather some more points on the board. Dumama, her post plant is on point.
The trades, honestly, just perfect trades back and forth. Because they were already man advantaged from the pick Carly got onto the player inside of Vent, yeah, it's just an easy cleanup for them. And they're looking poised to close this out. We've got Raise Rocket online, the Clove ultimate, and Chamber Operator as well. So big ults on the board, and Team Freakret lost that Gecko Thrasher from the last round, so no longer have that to help them out.
They found my wire.
Okay, new set of rules here. If they go A, we are just going to retake together and flank. Team Freakret quickly rotating, but they're gonna get stopped by that trip. They're not quite sure. Should we smoke it? Do we want to go through it? Meanwhile, Eve and Rover having a difficult time holding on to CT. Kazler already very wary of the flank happening. Manages to get one. Still looking for some more. Fault line does indeed connect. But you talk about it. It's the trades that are happening in favor of Kumama. And if Kazler can't get it, potentially Slandy can. They have no idea here. KP and Slandy gets away with 2. Can you make it 3? Not quite yet. It's gonna be the showstopper. Wait, Carly looking the wrong angle for a slight second, but then refocuses up and manages to take Dumama to match point.
Team Freakret, they have good ideas. They have a good retake going on. However, they're just taking too much time. You know, once again there, the trades seem to be going in their favor, but even if Sakura was able to get that last frag, it would not have mattered. Tumama is just doing an amazing job at stalling time on the spike. And now they have another Gecko Thrasher online. Team Freakret, they've got the Rolling Thunder, but if they keep committing to these slow retakes, it's not going to work out for them. They need to get active. They need to fight this right now.
I mean, you say fight. Do you mean fight this angle? Because this is a very hard angle. They're getting thrown everything. The Thrasher catches one, and they are trying to help out their teammates, but the trades are so perfect for Tumama, and everybody is falling onto the C site. C site is going down. Sakura remaining on to Hope as the spike is actually planted all the way over onto A-Town.
And Kazler's in a great spot to close this out. Tap, tap, and there we go.
Oh my goodness, Tumama! They're your mom. They are the leading force right now of this match, and like I mentioned previously, they have a few squads that they are to go against. We talked about it a little bit, KP, but I just want to get your final thoughts on what was the success for Tumama, and then what can their opponents do in order to, you know, in the future come back stronger.
Yeah, the success of Tumama was mainly just hitting their shots, B, always mixing it up, having a new play for pretty much every round, fast adjustments, never letting more than 2 rounds slip away at a time. And on the other hand, Team Freakret, I think there's some really good ideas, really good things I'm seeing from the VOD. What I'd want them to do is watch back this match, see their retake timings and how in some instances they're giving a little bit too much respect to the side of 2Mama. If they had gone maybe 5-10 seconds earlier, or maybe on some rounds stayed on the site and actually held the site down with that breach Gecko util, run some more traps. For example, on Cypher Cam, let's stun this lane. On Cypher Cam, let's Gecko flash over the wall and fight with it. That's what I think they need to change on specifically Lotus moving forward to make them a little bit more successful. But still, I mean, a valiant effort from them still.
Yeah, you mentioned that a lot of Duama was very seasoned players. They've been around, they know the strats, they know what not to do, when not to do. And I think I don't know if you mentioned this, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of these players have also played together for quite some time, which a lot of Valorant is about communication, it's about synergy, it's about being comfortable to play with one another. And I think I could say, like, for a team like Team Freakret, they have just, at least from what it seems like, have just started playing with one another. So it could be something that just takes time to get comfortable with one another, to get to that point as well. But we are gonna have an interview very shortly, not quite yet. I know you guys are excited, but we are going to have an interview. But before we talk to our interviewee, I want to ask about the bracket. Is there any surprises that you're seeing? Maybe some teams that you're like, ooh, okay, I am looking forward to seeing them tomorrow that have played today, since we just got to see this quarterfinal?
Definitely excited to see Miso's Millionaires play tomorrow. I think they're also like veteran squad. I've played with them before. Really good comms on their end, and they have help from some coaches that are very like veterans themselves. So I think they can make a deep run. And then obviously the tournament favorite, Maxim Shepelov. I hope I'm saying that right, but they're gonna be fun to watch just because they're like a squad full of a bunch of seasoned players and like big fraggers too, and they always show up and have some highlight plays.
I think I have to throw into the mix Puddle. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this. Hold on, let me think about this. Puppy Cuddle Pile. That's a tongue twister, by the way. Whoever came up with that name, I want you to know that's a hard one. So good on you for coming up with such a tongue twister. But that's also a name that I'm really looking forward to seeing in tomorrow's gameplay, because we're talking about seasoned players. We're talking about people coming together and putting their own team compositions to maybe potentially keep playing forward and seeing if they can kind of find some synergy with one another. I think that's also another important thing about Radiant Academy is you can find teams or teammates that you really vibe with and you're like, ooh, I really want to play with them in the future and see where this can go. So now that we gave you that, we are ready for our interview. And KP, we are going to be interviewing Riv.
Hello, mate.
Hi, KP.
How's it going?
Going good. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a week.
Yeah.
Beautiful win there, though. I was curious. Going into that series, was the Sage and the Clove pick? Is that something you guys talked about prior to the matchup, or was it like just thing of the moment right there?
I guess prior, in that it was in the agent select. We just spoke about it. The Sage, I did a wheel, and I spun a wheel for the Senti I was going to play. And the Clove I just wanted to play. Clove's a very fun agent.
Yeah,
Nice.
I completely agree. Clove is a very, very amazing agent. Do you think we will see Clove more in your team compositions going forward?
It's hard to say. I think, like, for this event specifically, the roster is mostly a pug team. We're aiming to just have fun, enjoy ourselves, so Clove matches up with that, but more competitively, probably less Clove is going to be in the pool, but for now, yeah, we'll keep having fun with it.
Now, is there anyone you're really looking to match up against in this bracket moving forward onto tomorrow? Or is it kind of just you're treating every team the same, kind of like, you guys are just here to have fun and you don't really care who you play against?
There's no one really specifically, but yeah, I guess, like you mentioned, like, we are here to have fun. Anyone we come up against, we are going to try and enjoy the match as much as we can. And yeah, whoever comes our way, we're going to be ready for it.
Now, obviously, you guys did amazing, and you should feel amazing because you guys did amazing. But for teams that are joining this to improve, to get some idea and some taste of what competitive Valorant is, what would you suggest for them, and what do you want, or what would you want them to take out of this tournament?
Yeah, so I think just like getting a taste for what competition is like is a really great thing. If that can spark drive to compete more, and I guess the goal would be to play as much as you can, and you know, whether that's in Game Changers or co-ed competition, Game Changers Academy, like the more experience you can get, the better. And yeah, I hope that getting to play events like this can motivate some maybe newer players to get more involved, because it is really fun.
Nice. Now, give me 3 last words to your next opponents.
Watch yourselves.
I love it. Thank you so much, Riv. Congratulations on the W, and we hope you have a good rest of your night.
Great, thank you very much.
Those were some amazing 3 last words. When I thought about that statement, I was like, oh, I hope they don't say some interesting words, because I've seen some wild things, but that was pretty wholesome.
Yeah, no, Riv definitely is a wholesome player, teammate, person to be around. She's awesome, so it's nice to, you know, still watch her play, be a part of her journey, and support the team just from a different, you know, state, not as a player anymore. So really happy with their success and looking forward to watching them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's go take a look at the bracket so you guys could be nice and aware of what is to come, and you can prepare yourselves. Also, shout out to everyone who made the graphics. These are chef's kiss. So you talked about Maxim Shepelev, and they are going up against Tumama tomorrow. And then we also have Puppy Cuddle Pile against whoever wins out of Teddy Tactics and Miso's Millionaire, which I believe they're still going on. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that match going on right now, KP?
Yeah, that match going on right now, it's definitely surprising seeing Teddy Tactics up 1-0. I mean, I knew it could have been close from the matchup earlier, but Miso's Millionaire is definitely a team that I feel like is the more experienced team. So that could be a really cool upset to see there. Either way, it's going to be an amazing team heading into the top 4, and we're going to have an elite top 4 here bracket. I mean, Maxime, Tumama, Puppy Cuddle Pile, and either of those teams going to be a thrilling top 4 tomorrow. So should be filled with lots of Valorant action, lots of highlight moments, and hopefully some more fun.
Yeah, we always aim for fun. Fun should be #1 priority. If you're not having fun, you gotta fix that. I don't know how. I'm not the person to ask about that. But you should find out, and then let me know while you're at it. Last but not least, KB, if everyone is enjoying this and wants to support Radiant, how can they do it?
Yeah, so if you are enjoying Radiant and you've been having fun in here like we have, you can support Radiant and all of our initiatives by buying some merch at the Radiant store, radiant.store. And all of those profits, everything that goes into the merch, it's going to be pumped right back into future events for Game Changers, marginalized gender competitions, players, and, you know, everyone that makes this possible. You know, the graphic designers, casters, everyone, like, just goes right back in. So radiant.store, check it out.
Absolutely. And with that, gamers, we hope you have enjoyed your time here with us. We hate to go, but hey, someone's got to take a rest. Players got to take a rest. We got to take a rest. Everyone's got to take a rest. So we hope that you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Get some rest, and we'll catch you here tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.